Retreat of Saturday, February 1st. If the public could please take their seats, if my colleagues could please take their seats. Seems we've already accomplished the first item on the agenda, coffee and light breakfast, but there are some more snacks on the side. And just so everyone knows, if you'd like to make a comment on any item on the agenda, please bring your card up here to the front to our city clerk. And City Clerk, if you would please take the roll.
Councilmember Cormack.
Here.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Filseth. Here. Mayor Fine.
Here.
Councilmember Nis. Here. Councilmember Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka. 7 present.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to welcome everybody to the City Council's annual retreat for 2020. I think it's a pretty wonderful day out there. The sun is shining, no clouds in the sky, birds chirping, and we've got our 49ers playing tomorrow, so nice weekend. And thank you all for coming. Today is a chance for us on the council and city staff to hear from you, the community, and also to review our accomplishments of the past year on last year's priorities, which were transportation and traffic, fiscal sustainability, grade separations, and climate change. I think, as you'll see today, we made a lot of progress on many of those fronts, but not necessarily as much as we wanted to on any of them. So far this year, we've actually made some progress on a few big items in the city. We've dedicated more money towards Wilton Court, our first affordable housing project in quite a while. We have laid the groundworks for a potential business tax to fund infrastructure, transportation, and potentially housing issues here in Palo Alto. We've reorganized as a council, and we are hoping to accomplish much more this year. Today, we'll also plan for the next year, the next 12 months or so, by setting the council's priorities, potentially working off the previous priorities or creating completely new ones. And then finally, at the end of the day, we'll be reviewing our procedures and protocols. These are the guidelines by which the council and community agree to operate in these chambers, well, in Mitchell Park or our chambers. And last year, our Policy and Services Committee reviewed them and made some changes, which hopefully we'll approve or edit. And so with that, I want to open up our oral communications for any items not on the agenda. And so we have, looks like about 9 or 10 speakers. You'll each have 3 minutes. And once again, this is for any item not on the public agenda. And the mic is in the middle up front here. And if you'd please come up as you see your name getting up on the list. Our first speaker will be Stephen Levy. Welcome.
I watched the discussion of the business tax on Monday and was pleased that there were several items of direction that can encourage me to vote for the tax when you get the details worked out, and a couple of areas of very large concern. I think the head count is the right measure. If I heard you correctly, the tiering, the larger organizations paying more, and the exemptions made sense to me. And as I told Councilmember Cormack, the highlight of the discussion was her reintroducing her idea that not in this cycle, but in a future cycle, we would develop a citywide funding source, a bond or a parcel tax for specifically dedicated to low-income housing. I have a couple of comments on those before I get to the things that disturb me. I think with the exemptions, it makes sense to combine that with a small flat rate, $50 or $100 on the exempt firms that you can levy it on so we get the information. I think that was the idea of the registry. I think the information's important. That tax wouldn't be onerous. And I will be back on Monday asking you in the housing work plan to instruct Jonathan to pursue funding alternatives dedicated to low-income housing. I did not hear much, if any, discussion of what got the highest polling, which is that the tax rate should be comparable or less than comparable. I think it was like 75%. The only indirect comment I heard on that was Mayor Fine saying perhaps $150 times, he was thinking maybe 50,000 employees. That's, I think, Mountain View's and the other cities' highest rate. I'm comfortable with that, I'm not comfortable with going much higher. And that ties to the last point. Councilmember Tanaka, I think, was trying to raise the issue of leakage, that if any firms or a sizable number of firms change or modify your behavior, we won't get the revenue that's originally projected. I know that HP and Palantir have downsized. I read that Bill.com was moving. I know from personal experience that Criteo and Litton closed. I agree with the city manager that we don't want a big consultant study, but I think that issue of comparability and competitiveness and looking at what San Jose did is really important. It's one of the criteria in developing the business tax. You know, there's this big deal about people leaving California because of the high tax rates. My guess is the number's probably overestimated, but it's not zero. Leakage will not be zero, so it's worthy, as Councilmember Tanaka said, of study. So those are my things that I hope you ask staff and the consultant to pursue in the next round. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Helen Young, followed by Cheryl Spencer. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm here to speak about gender equity. Oh, lovely. I'm grateful for the actions that the Palo Alto City Council has already taken implementing gender equity in Palo Alto, and I'm asking that you continue to make it a priority in all phases of your work. We know that homelessness negatively affects women disproportionately, but so do transportation schedules, job hiring procedures, promotions, and in fact, almost all budget considerations. As you discuss the city's work today, I hope you will continually ask the question, what are the gender implications for this action, for each item that you consider? Please keep gender equity and the steps needed to make Palo Alto a CDAW city a top priority for the Palo Alto City Council by encouraging the Policy and Services Committee to begin action on this in a timely and effective manner. I'm one of the co-founders of the Palo Alto Coalition for the Cities for CDAW. Our purpose is to have the principles of the UN Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CDAW, be enacted and implemented at the city level across the country. The treaty was signed by Jimmy Carter, sent to the US Senate for their advice and consent, and it has languished in committee for 41 years. I also work on gender and international issues with the AAUW, and am a leader in the Mid-Peninsula chapter of the United Nations Association. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Cheryl Spencer, to be followed by Darlene Yapley. Welcome.
Good morning. I'm Cheryl Spencer. I've been a resident of Palo Alto for the past 45 years. I'm a member of the Palo Alto branch of the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom. We call it WILF. I'm also a member of the same coalition that Helen just talked to about, Cities for CDAW. So I've been advocating for this UN convention since 1985. And instead of waiting another 40 years for the US government to do something about it, to ratify it, our coalition and many other groups are working to get city ordinances developed, and through those ordinances, we ask that cities discover and then eliminate instances of discrimination against girls and women. On October the 1st, 2018, which is 16 months ago, the Palo Alto City Council passed a motion that directed city staff to study options for a city ordinance endorsing the CDOR and to bring those options to the Policy and Services Committee. The motion also instructed staff to work within existing budgets and city resources. So that's 16 months ago. So throughout 2019, our coalition eagerly looked at the agenda of the meetings of the Policy and Services Committee. Is a staff report going to be on this agenda? Well, we haven't seen any staff reports on any agendas of the Policy and Services Committee. We don't know why there's not been a report, so I come today, me and our coalition, we come today to urge you to discover what the staff have done already and to allocate them some time and money so they can generate at least a preliminary report describing some possible paths towards a CDOR ordinance. Our coalition has examples of other cities' ordinances. It's been done in quite a few cities already, and you could just pick up some of those wording and it won't be so difficult to actually generate an ordinance for Palo Alto. I also have a website here that I'm going to pass my speech to Beth, and she can tell you, the staff, this website full of informative resources. So thank you, councillors, for your soonest attention to this issue.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Darlene Yapley. Welcome.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for sending the letter to SFO yesterday requesting a permanent noise monitor for Palo Alto. Excellent job. As citizens, we recognize the City of Palo Alto should and does work with our congressional reps and the Santa Clara-Santa Cruz Roundtable to address the aircraft problems. Thank you for having Councilmember Koo effectively represent our membership on the Roundtable. Yes, work with congressional reps. Yes, work with regional roundtables. But this does not mean the City of Palo Alto can fully delegate the aircraft noise problems to others. An appropriate role for the City of Palo Alto is to remain vigilant and active to represent its community. In some specific and crucial situations, only Palo Alto can represent itself, not the congressional reps and not the roundtables. Let us not forget this. The recent letter to SFO is but a small example that no one is going to ask for a noise monitor for the City of Palo Alto, except for the City of Palo Alto. So I appreciate the continued work by the city to represent its citizens to mitigate negative aircraft impacts. Council, please continue to engage actively when appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Mary Jo Fremont.
Good
Welcome.
morning. I want to echo everything that the previous speaker said, and I came here to thank you, council and staff, for your past support and your efforts. As Darlene said, nobody can take the place of Palo Alto in terms of airplane noise. Our city and cities nearby are disproportionately affected. So yes, the airplane noise and the FAA is a nationally a regulated issue. However, the fight is local. And we can do all the stuff we can with Congress, and we are working on that. We can collaborate with all the different bodies regionally. However, we, the City of Palo Alto, need to pay attention to what's happening here. It affects many residents. It's easy for some people to dismiss airplane noise and emissions because they may live a few miles away and may see the planes and they think it's quiet. It's not. Many residents are in these narrow corridors, and it affects your health in terms of air quality. Emissions, aircraft emissions, especially at low altitude, which is what we get here, have not been studied as much as noise because you don't see the emissions. However, I can tell you I was in Boston for several weeks, and I talked to some profs at the Oberlin College who are studying emission, and it is insane. And that is the killer thing that's going on because you do not see these ultrafine particles, and they do exist, and they're emitted at low altitude, and they're draining not just on Palo Alto, by the way, but originally at low altitude because they don't get mixed up. And they get into your lungs. So we can do all we want about, the coronavirus and so on, but reality here is for the last 5 years, Since 2015, when NextGen occurred, we got rained on with ultrafine particles that nobody has studied yet. So I hope that that as a city you realize that this is a health issue for your residents, and I urge you to continue to fight for the airplane noise because it disrupts everybody's lives, including at night, and for these emissions that we don't see but should be also measured. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Scholl.
Thank you. There are many problems in Palo Alto. We all know that. And all of us are trying to be sensitive to all of them. And we're not saying that the airplane issue is the biggest issue, but it's been probably the biggest overlooked issue. I have spent a good part of this past year, I love history, I like research, basically collecting all of the history of the last 40 years, which is quite well documented. San Mateo County keeps the roundtables records. And what you can see in these records is just look at the numbers. The number of airplanes that land at SFO has only increased by 20% in the last 25 years, 20%. And yet the concentration over Palo Alto has increased about 400%. And the difference is what's happened over time, and it's not simply the FAA has decided to put all of the airplanes over Palo Alto. The issue of where traffic is locally has been heavily shaped, if not entirely shaped, by actions over a long period of time by the SFO Roundtable and by congressional representation. And unfortunately, we have repeatedly, and this history is 25 years, repeatedly asked for a seat at the table and been denied, even as major shifting programs, were put in place and recommendations and requests to the FAA. So what I'm in the process of doing, and I have it partially done, is really just documenting how dramatic the shift has been over the last 25 years, how it came about, and basically Palo Alto has just basically sat back and said, well, they told us we can't participate. We really do have to step up. Right now, all 3 major traffic routes for arrivals are over us. That was not the case before. We spent a lot of time talking about Surfer. Surfer has more or less been over us since 1981. Now it's grown, it's changed a little bit. It's the other 2 routes that have been added. They were nowhere near us 25 years ago. In multiple stages, they have simply been moved over Palo Alto, and that shaping, that traffic shaping, has been local politics, not the FAA. It's time for Palo Alto to take this seriously, really be focused on it, pay attention to the history, the science, the technology, the reality, and realize that the solution is in the science and in actually looking at it technically, as opposed to simply assuming that politically we can make it go away. But right now, I think the first thing to do is really understand the depth of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Mila Zelka, to be followed by Bob Moss. Welcome.
Hello, Council. Last year, I addressed this body at your goal-setting session representing local employer Palantir Technologies, and I encouraged participation in talks hosted by joint venture Silicon Valley. They became known as the Manzanita Talks and produced a report which is a compendium for best practices for local transportation demand management programs. In addition, the talks provided an opportunity for staff from these 8 cities to have access to licenses to streetlight data software at a level of detail out of reach for any city license acting alone. I personally want to thank former Mayor Filseth for having this body represented at the talks. Thank you to Council members Niss and Cormack for attending, and to the whole Council for your sustained interest in these proceedings. Thank you as well to the City Manager and to City staff for attending the talks and for participating in the streetlight training. I sincerely hope you consider the report a tool to guide and evaluate TDM programs. With regard to the streetlight data license, 6 of the 8 cities actively used the subscription, and of those, Palo Alto staff used it the most. And while I don't have insight into the queries themselves, I hope staff found the software helpful. The hallmark of that subscription was that Joint Venture Silicon Valley provided the opportunity for residents to also run queries. Most of the resident queries came from East Palo Alto. The talks are part of Joint Venture Silicon Valley's mobility initiative and may continue if he secures funding. But I indeed hope that they do and leave that in the good hands of Russ Hancock. You can download the report on their website. I personally found the talks fascinating. They were awkward at times. The public sector said it was too fast and not enough talk and not enough content. And the private sector said it's too slow and too much content. And they were worried they would say too much. And in the end, some wanted a call to action and some just wanted to reflect the record, so that's what we did, and I'm really pleased that both Supervisor Simidian, who was the county board president at the time, and the entire board of supervisors for San Mateo County gave you all a commendation. But along the way, the experience for me personally was enough inspiration to make some personal decisions about where and how I might be able to provide the most to my community. So this public comment is to both thank all of you for engaging thoughtfully on these challenging issues, and it's also to share with you that I ended my tenure at Palantir Technologies at the end of December. I'll be making comments later today as part of your goal-setting priorities, but I really wanted to provide this important context.
Thank you. Next up is Bob Moss.
Thank you, Mayor Fine and council members. Good morning. Happy Saturday. I got thinking about the impacts of development, both residential and commercial. And most of the staff reports don't really go into detail about what the impacts, positive and negative, really are. And let me give you a few examples. Some of you may remember former city manager Keene years ago mentioned that every housing unit costs the city over $2,700 a year more for services than it pays in taxes. By now, that's up over $2,800 each. So building more housing has a financial impact. I'm not saying don't allow it, I'm just saying recognize it. Second, there's traffic impacts. Multifamily housing generates 8 trips per unit per day. And as you know, traffic is one of the things that people in Palo Alto are concerned about. So that should be considered in detail when you look at new developments. Then there's the fantasy that if development, especially housing, is built near a transit line or near the rail station, people won't drive to work. That's nonsense. I remember some years ago speaking to the fellow who at that time was the president of the California Park Homeowners Association. That's on the corner of California and Park Avenue. And he surveyed his neighbors. 85% of them drove to work, even though getting to the railroad station meant walking across the parking lot. Only 5% took the train. So living near transit doesn't take people out of their cars. They still drive. Then there's the El Camino Design Guidelines, which I was involved in creating more than 40 years ago. They said you should retain retail and commercial along El Camino. And now we're seeing that converted from retail to housing. So how is that impacting the community? It means if you want to shop in some places, you have to drive into Mountain View or downtown or Los Altos. Then let's talk about the limit on office uses, office development. You only limit it downtown, California Avenue, and along El Camino. It should be citywide, because what's going to happen is they're going to start developing offices along San Antonio, along Bayshore, along the other streets, which you've ignored. Then there's the fantasy about how many workers there are in offices. For years, the city said 250 square feet per worker. Now they're saying something like 175. The actual figure is about 100 square feet per worker. So you're underestimating the impact of office development. And finally, there's always been concern about the jobs housing imbalance. Do you know what the jobs housing imbalance was 40 years ago in Palo Alto? 3 to 1, just about what it is today. And we haven't gone out of business.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Cole, to be followed by Carrie Yerkin. Welcome.
Thank you, Council. I wanted to address this because it's an issue coming up on the next council meeting agenda, and I noticed that there's a report on the SCAP listed at the very bottom of your agenda, but it says no time is allocated for that. And I was very disappointed to see this. This is top priority of the city for last year, and it's like, oh, SCAP, pull that out of the drawer. Oh, no, put it back in. We really need to address climate change very directly. We can build parking garages right away once we decide so. We can do other things, but the infrastructure that might help us address climate change takes forever. And we need to turn that around. I'm sorry this is kind of blurring maybe the topics today, but since it's on the next week's agenda, I'm not sure how agendas are set. But that was, I think, a big mistake. We've been doing this for a couple of years now. I know staff is working very hard on parts of the SCAP, but it needs to be brought up to the council level, to the community level, and then thought about in our everyday addresses as we put in infrastructure and other things. We can't address this if we keep on shoving it underneath the desk and saying, this report's due some other time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carrie Yarkin.
Good morning, council members and staff. I'm here to speak about airplane noise, and I was here 5 years ago, and 4 years ago, and 3 years ago, and 2 years ago, and 1 year ago. And the planes have only gotten worse, as you probably know since you live in Palo Alto, most of you. I would like to say that I think that you should pursue the lobbying efforts in a different manner than you're pursuing them right now. I am for litigation, but obviously that lost out, and I know you went into closed session. So my comments are about, I think the letters are fine. You've been sending letters for 5 years, basically, but they're not enough. And if you are going to send letters like the last one, which was great, do another letter to San Jose Airport. Just every time you do SFO, do SJC. Just change the wording a little bit, but let San Jose Airport know that you're also tracking them. So the roundtable's not enough. I think you should try to get a Republican lobbying firm to litigate for our interests in the FAA. I think that whoever you have as the lobbyist right now aren't really making any headway. I also noticed really timely that the coronavirus, United Airlines was still flying planes from China to SFO, and they kept saying they're making their decision based on the public willing to fly. And I'm sure their planes were still flying, but I noticed today in the paper that it said that the airline stewardesses and pilots, through their unions, refused to fly to China on their airlines, and that is why that they're stopping to fly, not that there is a coronavirus. It's just that they put enough pressure to pressure the airlines to stop, okay? But I think that we need to learn other ways or try to investigate other ways to put pressure to get our skies so that we can live here and not have so much noise. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jennifer Landesman.
Hi, good morning. I want to echo all the comments that have been made about airplane noise, and thank you especially to Councilmember Lydia Koo for being an invaluable leader on this issue and working with citizens. So what I wanted to comment on this in this opportunity before, because I think we'll have an opportunity to talk about priorities. But I'm sure you're familiar with the publication Palo Alto Matters by Jennifer Hetterly. I was disappointed that Palo Alto Matters had its farewell issue a few weeks ago. I'm going to miss having what I would call personable tracking of city issues And I really especially appreciated something called the Notable Upcoming Actions section, which was very useful. I would like to ask the city to consider having a follow-up act to Ms. Hetterly's initiative because the city's activities are otherwise very inaccessible via the massive council packets. Everyone needs and will appreciate a more digestible view of what's going on with the issues. The city could start a Notable Actions webpage linking relevant documents and keeping a categorized index. I hate to lose what Ms. Hetterly offered and hope that maybe the city could seek her advice. Just as a little bit of background, our local Sky Posse Palo Alto group has about 3,500 people on the petition. And this year alone in 2019, 600 to 900 people, 600 people, new people signed up, and most of them from Palo Alto. You know that Palo Altans are very busy. They can't attend the meetings, and they can't do a deep dive into everything, but they are very interested. They care a lot about this issue. I can tell you that our mailing list, hardly any unsubscribes, and it just only grows and grows every year. All of these people are energy and ideas that you could harness for other issues as well. Lastly, I appreciated seeing the City Services Guide and Appendix with a budget at a glance. Thank you for the impressive work that the city accomplishes every day. The guides and hopefully enhanced communications with residents going forward can complement and leverage everything all of you do to build trust. I think that's going to be a really important thing. Reduce unnecessary friction and engage people, because I think that's where you're going to get a lot of power, and especially to deal with challenges such as airplane noise. We're already seeing benefits from the scientists that are doing the work, the activism, so I hope you'll consider a more personable way to engage with citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pramila Bartholomews. Welcome.
Thank you. And I want to echo what she just said. Thank you for all that you're doing. And I think it's our responsibility as residents to help prioritize some of these issues. I want to thank one of the previous members. I'm here to talk to CEDA and how we've been postponing that discussion. I'm affiliated with various levels of the Democratic Party. This is not a partisan issue. However, at the Santa Clara County Democratic Party, we've made it a priority to ensure that all the cities in Santa Clara County are going to be addressing this issue of CEDA. I wanted to address Councilmember Cormack, given that you're a part of the Policy and Services Committee. That's been one of the delays. And so we welcome you and hope that that is going to make a difference in terms of prioritizing this particular issue. And anyone that knows me knows that I do a lot of follow-up, and I want to be a partner in all of this and see how I can be useful in that discussion as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just remind members of the public, our protocols are to address the council as a body, not individual council members, but thank you. Final speaker is former Mayor Pat Burt. Welcome.
Good morning. I just wanted to respond to the comments earlier about concerns over so-called business leakage that would result from a business tax. So first, I'd just like to say that I hope that folks appreciate that Palo Alto's economy and ecosystem is somewhat unique and certainly different from cities like San Jose. Ours is built on companies being born here and growing here and maturing and leaving. If you think about just some of the companies that came out of University Avenue in recent decades, Google, LinkedIn, PayPal, Facebook, and Pinterest, to name a few. Can you imagine if those companies had stayed in Palo Alto and attempted to grow to their tens or hundreds of thousands of employees and remain in Palo Alto? The whole notion that maturing companies leaving is somehow detrimental to our economic vitality and health just denies the true nature of our ecosystem. What's critical is that we have an environment that enables new companies and business support services to survive and thrive here so that we have a continual evolution of next generation of companies. That's the DNA of Palo Alto, not a couple big companies maturing, having their own cafeterias, becoming massive corporate campuses downtown. That's just not our nature. Finally, how does that fit in with the context of the business tax and the economic impact of a business tax? So right now, Palo Alto average lease rate for office is about $8 a square foot. In San Jose, it's around $4 a square foot per Collier's reports. Double the rate of just 15 miles away. A business tax of 20 cents a square foot, which is far exceeding what the council is currently considering, is 5% of the difference of lease rate between Palo Alto and San Jose. The notion that that will be a driving force in these companies leaving is just pure fiction and is not based upon any objective analysis. What would cause those companies to leave in greater or fewer startups and a harm to our business community is if we don't address our problems of transportation and affordable housing in particular. That's the threat to our economy, not one of not addressing those and worrying about whether a developer or property owner will be able to charge even a higher premium than they do today. Thanks.
Thank you. And that concludes our oral communications for the day. Our next item is item number 1, but first a quick overview of the day. So we'll begin, I believe, with the city manager's report and a quick council discussion on accomplishments of last year's priorities. Then we can discuss continuing multi-year efforts and selection of 2020 council priorities. We'll thread some breaks in there and have a lunch at noon. I don't think it'll be a working lunch. We may just actually have a real lunch. And then after that, our Policy and Services Committee recommendation. Would the city manager and staff like to kick it off? And just a quick note, if you have comments on this item number 1, please get in your cards to the city clerk. And I know there are a couple other meetings this morning, so as we see how many public speakers there are, and if people come in late, I may open up public comment again later in the item. And Mr. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Perhaps in keeping with that, we're actually going to have a very brief presentation this morning, since earlier this week we, at the City Council meeting, had an opportunity to review accomplishments over the last calendar year. So with that, I would just note that in the context of the City Council's priorities, this past year was the first year that we were actually able to put together work plans for each one of the 4 priorities that the City Council adopted early in the calendar year. And so as such, have a whole series of actions and accomplishments that we could elaborate on should you want to spend a little more time on the past year. With that said, I mentioned on Monday that we have we've been experimenting with a number of different methods of communication for different audiences in different situations. So what we're going to preview for you today is actually I'll call it the infographic version. I won't call it the music video version, but a very brief overview of the priorities and some of the accomplishments over the past year. So with that, let me ask Jessica to cue up the video. if we had credits on here, we'd certainly add credits to Megan Horrigan-Taylor, our Chief Communications Officer. So with that, perhaps we could just do a quick transition, and in fact, I'll hand it off to Megan in a second here. Just to note, if we could, next slide, please. Next slide. Mayor pointed out over the past year, our priorities as identified by the council were grade separation, as noted on the decision-making process, or fiscal sustainability, not really a graphic priority, but one certainly that involves lots of numbers behind it, lots of work. Climate change and transportation and traffic. As noted earlier, we've got both our subject matter experts as well as additional detail available if you'd like to get into it in a little later in our session. But with that, I think much of the focus is on the input that the council has received on the priorities. And so with that, let me turn it over to Megan to report out on the survey work that's been done.
Thank you. Good morning. Great. So what I'd like to do this morning is high level talk about the community input received to date. And in your packet, there's attachment A includes every comment received. But I did want to provide at least high level for you some statistics. We launched an online survey in December, and that closed Friday, January 24th. 504 people visited the online form. We received 347 priority responses, and that was in total over 17 hours of public engagement online. We also received 11 emails, and those are also in your packet. And wanted to highlight just some themes from what we heard. Some of the themes, and this is not in priority order, and there were a lot of comments, so this is not scientific, just a general sense of the amount of comments received on specific topics. Create more housing overall and support housing for all income levels. Reduce traffic, make streets safer, synchronize traffic lights. Make biking easier and safer, address rail grade separation, train crossing issues, support climate change, sustainability, and resiliency, focus on fiscal sustainability, implement a plan for Cubberley, reduce airplane noise, and focus on undergrounding utilities. And of course, I just wanted to mention in your packet are all of the comments that we did receive. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor, for your next steps.
Thank you. Want to open up to my colleagues to see if there are any quick questions. Otherwise, we can go to members of the public and then kick off our discussion. But any questions up here?
Can I make just a comment?
Okay, please.
Megan, would you just mention again the number of responses that you had from the public? I think it was about 500, right?
We had a lot of interest of people going to the form, but specific to those that filled out the survey, it was 347.
So that seems like a really small percentage of our population, and I would just reflect that I'm surprised that there weren't more that responded. Any thoughts as to why? Did we not publicize it enough, or is there not that much interest?
I think there's a lot of interest. Last year, actually, it was around 200 comments, so there was an increase this year. We did do a lot of communication through pretty much all of the avenues that we can communicate with the public, including verbal updates at council, encouraging folks to share input online, website notes, social media, including next door posts.
I really appreciate everyone who responded. I wish it had been somewhat higher.
Understood.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, let's open this up to public comment. As I mentioned earlier, If given the need, if we see more people filter in over the next hour or so, I may open it up again at a later time. With that, though, let's go to members of the public. You'll each have 3 minutes. Our first speaker is Gail Price. And if you are in the audience would like to comment, please submit a comment card up to the city clerk. Former council member Gail Price, welcome.
Thank you and good morning. I've been through this process many times. I'm Gail Price. I'm president of the Palo Alto Forward Board. Our mission is to work with residents and government to make Palo Alto a more affordable, sustainable city with improved housing and transportation options for our diverse, multi-generational group of residents. For 2020, the Palo Alto City Council should have housing as a critical and overarching priority. Housing is a key element of our past, current, and future community. Currently, we are a more exclusive community due to both income disparities and the lack of housing of various types and price points to serve a wider range of individuals and families of all incomes. We talk about being inclusive, we talk about being caring, so let's take more actions to make that possible. Housing policies and actions completed now will define our housing legacy. Housing is a basic need, and it defines who lives here, where, and under what conditions. Many of our residents and family members have moved away, including my youngest son, to seek more affordable housing options. Service workers and many private and public sector employees cannot afford to live here and endure punishing long commutes, which lead to additional greenhouse gas emissions. The lack of sufficient housing supply is urgent. If you look at your community, your council priorities over many years, it continues to come up over and over and over again. Selecting housing as a priority also achieves economic and environmental goals. We talk about climate action, we talk about climate action plans, we talk about sustainability. These are ways and methods this can be addressed. A state study notes that encouraging new compact infill housing would spur economic growth, reduce monthly household costs, and cut greenhouse gas emissions, enabling cities, including Palo Alto and California, to achieve our critical climate action plan goals. We know this intellectually, we know this politically. We need to do something that's comprehensive and effective. Please listen to these comments and consider comments by the community. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen Levy, to be followed by Mila Zelka. Welcome.
Thanks. This is the first time I have to read a letter, and I'm really bad at that, so bear with me. I come as chair of the League of Women Voters Housing and Transportation Committee at the request of Terry Godfrey, our board president, to present a summary of the letter that was online and which I will send to you prior to Monday night. So the first line says, the city should make production, not merely encouragement, of low and moderate income housing a high priority and adopt dramatically different measures. That really resonates with what the housing planning director has given to you in the item that you'll talk about Monday. The letter says, the severe lack of housing affordability for low and moderate income housing has created a social, and I want to stress, environmental crisis. And the letter refers to the Turner Center study of a couple of years ago that I think Gail was referring to, that says that infill housing is the single most important policy for reducing greenhouse gas emissions up and down the peninsula. Finally, the letter ends by noting that in 2019, we were supposed to, in the housing work plan, but did not for staffing reasons, talk about missing middle housing, both as a group of people and as a type of housing, and then saying we urge the city to focus on implementing policies related to the missing middle. The rest of the comments are mine. We have a convergence in the online survey, in the comments of the planning director for Monday, that unless we do something more, we're going to fall short. In the ending comment of former Mayor Filseth, under whose term we adopted a whole suite of positive policies, that those will be not enough, that we need to do more. And in the opening statement of our new Mayor Fine, saying the same thing, we need to do more. The first step in doing more is to reinstate housing as a priority. In this letter, in the Palo Alto forward letter, and what I will send you, there are a whole bunch of steps for Monday night on how to do that. But right now, I urge, and the League urges, that you reinstate housing as a priority so we can get on with it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mila Zelka.
Hello, Council. I'm representing the Executive Advisory Committee of Manzanita Works. Manzanita Works is a Bay Area nonprofit supporting worker family welfare. We act as a clearinghouse to implement local solutions to regional challenges. You may know of our broad-based organizing efforts related to teacher housing. I'm pleased to share with you that we're launching Manzanita Transit, an employer-led transit cooperative in the Mid-Peninsula subregion, whose footprint extends from Sunnyvale to Redwood City. Our co-op is open to employers of all kinds, public and private, as well as nonprofits. And we are here to not just fill gaps, but close gaps in public transportation. While subregional in nature, Manzanita Transit resembles citywide TDM programs, as our consortium is comprised of individual cohorts of employers based on city location. We are set up to partner with existing TDM efforts and look forward to exploring collaboration. As you review your priorities for the year and consider transportation, and I've read in the press that you're seeking more direction, more specific direction to give to staff. So I have 3 specific things to recommend. Number 1, in light of Stanford's recent application for branded bus shelters in the research park, look no further than your own public art master plan, where you will find community input for attractive and functional public art along key corridors in the city that could be in the form of bus shelters, benches, and micromobility charging stations. Just as the Public Works Department worked with the Public Art Department and the Downtown Association to install the colorful Colin Seelig benches on University Avenue, having a suite of bus shelters, benches, and seats recommended by the Public Art Commission, in addition to PTC, would enable lots of community partners to begin to sponsor individual installations and possibly the maintenance of this public art. And this includes not just the research park, but throughout the city. The second suggestion is, as mentioned earlier in opening comments, if the city did indeed find the joint venture Silicon Valley streetlight data subscription useful, our organization, Manzanita Works, is happy to work with the city to procure an additional 6-month subscription, as the current subscription expires next Friday. We intend to use our license to inform our programs, as well as continue to offer residents the ability to do queries for a sense of transparency. And the last thing is that if you'd like to learn more about what we're doing and how we can collaborate with the city, we'd be happy to come and brief council in greater detail. Thank you and best wishes for the year ahead.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jean Wilcox, to be followed by Jennifer Landesman. Welcome.
Good morning, members of the City Council.
I would like to raise the possibility of having a solution to your housing problem. At the bottom of East Meadow, around East Meadow Circle, along East Meadow Drive and up Fabian Way are 13 empty, huge commercial buildings. Is it possible that you could rezone these areas for housing? Google has already said they will put $1 billion into local housing. Many of those empty buildings actually belong to Google, the two largest ones do. If they are willing to come up with housing, I think you should get together with Google and see if they can possibly come together with the city and build housing at that location. The reason I raised this location is it is away from other residential locations. It wouldn't get too much opposition from the community, probably some, but I challenge members of the city council on a weekday to go down East Meadow, drive around East Meadow Circle, and count the number of buildings that have no cars or few cars in the parking lots. Because that area is a prime location for housing if you can consider it for rezoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your input. Our next speaker is Jennifer Landesman, to be followed by Penny Elson.
Hi, Council. For 2020, please keep climate as a council priority and make jet noise emissions part of the climate priority. Palo Alto's warming from aircraft contrails and burnt jet fuel particulates dropping on the city's neighborhoods and schools is serious. We can't wait for new technologies such as electric planes or sustainable aviation fuels to save the day or our lungs. Air traffic management improvements can clean our air now, such as finding alternatives to low altitude vectoring over mid-peninsula. Also, please give airplane noise increased attention this year. Thank you for the letter you sent to SFO about noise monitors. So no pressure, but actually I think a lot of pressure on you, because as I thanked Councilmember Koo for her leadership, we need to hear from all of you on this topic. Everywhere you go, you're in touch with a lot of people, and this is advocacy at the state level, at the national level, and you are our representatives. So we need all of you to speak about this. And as the other speakers have talked about, this is it's disproportional impacts on the city. And if you have read the letter that went out to SFO on noise monitors, you understand that noise is being hidden, right? All our experience here has been hidden from the records. So when you think about that, I want you to think about how noise and emissions affects vulnerable populations. Because it's not just, when you hide noise, but then when you hide the fact of how it impacts people who are battling illness, the elderly, newborns, children, people that are developing. People should not exit this life with this problem or come into this life with this problem. So think about that as this problem is being hidden, how it's also hiding the impacts on the most vulnerable. So please add jet noise emissions to climate, which I hope you'll keep. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Penny Elson. Welcome.
I need to be shorter. Good morning, and I want to start the year by thanking you all for your service to our community, including our staff. I know this is very hard work. Please consider prioritizing projects that reduce our contributions to climate change and help to mitigate its impacts as envisioned in the comprehensive plan. Toward this end, I think it would be most effective to focus on these 3 areas, considering priorities in each category within a sustainability context. First, transportation, the largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. Then housing and land use together, because these things are linked. And finally, budget and finance, because nothing gets done without money. Financial and staff resources are limited, so let's prioritize projects and programs that move us toward a sustainable future environment, a legacy our children and grandchildren will remember with gratitude. Let's be worthy of their trust in us to protect their future. Here's what this might look like. Now, I'm going to focus on the transportation bits because I think some people have spoken eloquently about housing previously. I want to remind us all that the comprehensive plan goal T1 says create a sustainable transportation system complemented by a mix of land uses that emphasizes walking, bicycling, use of public transportation, and other methods to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and use of single occupancy motor vehicles. In reviewing staff's accomplishments from last year, I wish it were correct to say that the Charleston Arostadero plan is complete. It is not. Phase 3 has not been done. The really critical gap of bike lanes through the El Camino intersection is not done, and we haven't completed Middlefield to Fabian. So let's finish what we started. Complete construction of the Charleston Arostadero plan, Adobe 101 pedestrian bicycle bridge, and bicycle boulevards. These projects have languished for nearly 2 decades, while the California Avenue automobile parking garage is being constructed at lightning speed and magnificent cost. Going forward, let's evaluate major transportation expenditures based on how well they serve goal T1. Complete plans for grade separation and shuttle expansion plans, and create a funding plan for improving transit. We need to fill in the gaps that are being created by VTA cuts. Consider asking the VTA grand jury to propose specific mitigations for VTA failures to provide equitable levels of service in Palo Alto, perhaps providing the city with funding for shuttle expansion. We need more bike parking at many city facilities, most city events, and many commercial and retail locations citywide, especially in South Palo Alto. Safe Routes to School has demonstrated that inadequate bike parking is a real deterrent to bicycling. Is that my marker? Okay, thank you for your time, and thank you for your service.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Elaine Wang, to be followed by Heidi Owens. Welcome.
Thank you all for giving up a beautiful Saturday morning to sit here for a very long time to discuss priorities, but I recognize that it's important for you and for the city as we move forward. Thank you for putting together, staff, that wonderful year in review. It was actually also nice to see the presentation and just remember where we've been in the last few years. I want to add my voice to reinstating housing as a priority for 2020. Looking at the last 4 years, housing was a priority for 2016, 2017, 2018. Sadly, it fell off the charts on 2019, but I'm hoping that you can put this back on. I think it's actually highly complementary to the 2019 goals: climate change, transportation and traffic, and fiscal sustainability. I think there is a role for housing to play in our financial future. I'd urge you to consider all of that. I actually agree with everything that Penny said at the outstart. And I think it has a huge role to play in mitigating some of our transportation and our traffic challenges in particular. And above all, climate change. We know we're in a critical situation. We don't have very much time, and we wasted a lot of time in the last 5 or 6 years. I sat on the 2014 Housing Element Community Panel with Tom Du Bois and some other members of the community. We talked a lot about the ideas back then, and we haven't really implemented very many of them. As part of the comp plan team with Lydia Koo and Adrian Fine, we talked a lot about a lot of these ideas that you'll probably see on Monday night, and we haven't moved forward on them. I would really urge you to put those things back on the burner this year. We are challenged with permitting 1,998 or 88 housing units for the period between 2015 and 2023. And how many have we permitted in the last 5 years? 555. We're falling deeper and deeper into the hole. We have a tremendous housing deficit. We need to rectify that immediately. So I just like to, I urge you deeply, passionately, please put housing back on the priority list. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Heidi Owens, to be followed by Winter Dellenbach. Welcome.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Heidi Owens. I've met some of you. We run in the same circles, like at Ann Ravel's house and at Susan Ellenberg's house. So it's nice to see you in a public forum. I'm currently the top candidate in terms of fundraising and endorsements for town council in Los Gatos to occupy Steve Leonardis' seat. And there was a call from feminists in the area to come and talk about CDAW, so I answered the call. CDAW is the Commission to End All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. And it's so important to me that I brought my girls up with me. I thought they'd be able to see the democratic process, but they're playing with their Barbies in the front out there, so unsupervised. My husband's a captain in Alameda County Fire Department, so he's working at the station today, so I get them. Anyhow, women's equality. Discrimination against women is everywhere. We know it's in the general workforce where women still earn 80 cents on the dollar as men. We know it's in the film industry where in 90 years, only one woman has ever won an Oscar for directing. We know it's in high tech because we see the diversity numbers that are released publicly. We know it's in academia because there's great research on how men and women are represented as authors on peer-reviewed papers. And we know it's in politics because there's a dearth of women representing our area in Sacramento. We don't have one for the Valley. So none of us want to believe that it's actually within our purview, though. There surely can't be discrimination within the city of Palo Alto's government operations. Yet that's what CDAW is all about, is looking internally to see through a gender-based study if there are changes that need to be made. So a gender-based study examines the hiring and pay for government employees. So even if the study demonstrates complete equality in Palo Alto, the act of shining the flashlight internally demonstrates your commitment to your constituents that you care about gender equality. And if there are changes to make, wouldn't you want to address those actively rather than leaving them just to go on? So I understand the difficulty in prioritizing CDAW compared to the core functions of city government like land use, public safety, and parks and public works. But the impact of doing a CDAW study is dramatically disproportionate to the cost and time and money to implement it. You're saying to over half of your constituents, we see you, you're important. We're working hard to end discrimination here. This is a demonstration of your commitment to women's equality, and it has an outsized effect on changing the cultural landscape in our world. Beyond that, we're trying to implement this across the county, and we'd love to point to Palo Alto as a leader in implementing CDAW. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach, to be followed by Terry Holtzmer. Welcome.
Thank you. I really like the idea of, well, of course you'll continue grade steps, my God. Climate change, traffic, those seem sensible to hold over. And I agree getting housing back. Sorry about the retirement thing, Eric. Add housing as a priority, but just saying adding housing is like saying, add air. Well, what kind of air do we add? Smog? No, we don't want that. Polluted air? No, we want we got to refine that. We got to refine it, and we got to fund it. So here's the thing. We currently have between 27,000 and 28,000 units of housing here in Palo Alto. Guess what? We have less than 2,000 units of actual, real, definable, restricted by deed, affordable housing units. So that leaves between 25,000 and 26,000 market rate units in Palo Alto. Almost all of our housing is market rate. That includes a lot of apartment buildings, townhouses, condos. So, if we're going to include market rate housing into this as a priority, you're going to undermine the housing we need, truly affordable housing, for something that we demonstrably don't need, which is market rate housing. And remember, with market rate housing, the people that can afford it are people with a bunch of money, And they tend to bring in 5 people, low-income people, 5 people for service jobs and all of the other things. They bring in more people that need more housing, and it exacerbates the situation. And so you, by market rate housing, then you undermine our ability to get more affordable housing, because the market rate housing takes up sites where the affordable housing could have gone. It's all affordable projects that we need. Right now, we get 15 to 20%, well, 15% I think now, inclusionary zoning, maybe 20%. That is a tiny amount. What we need are all affordable projects, like Wilton. The problem is the funding. We need all affordable projects. The business tax, you all just talked about the business tax. I couldn't be there that night. Apparently, it's coming back to council. Thank God you're going to get a second dip. And you like the business tax you talked about in your campaign. Thank you for that, for some leadership on that, Councilwoman Cormack. But this $10 million ceiling, I was bummed over my coffee the next morning when I heard about it. It's disappointing. It's wimpy. Need a bigger business tax, and the housing has to be a part of it, and has to be a good percentage, because it's hard to build. Fund the nonprofit housing developers to build the affordable housing. And one last thing.
If you could finish up your thoughts, please.
Yes, last sentence. Increase the impact fees on commercial developers to fund the nonprofit fund that can help build truly affordable housing projects. So you guys have something to do, and forget the market rate housing.
Thank you. And folks, we don't clap or hiss or anything to make sure everyone's comfortable. Anyways, thank you. Terry Holtzmer, welcome.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the council, all of you. I know it's hard to come on a Saturday morning when there's lots more things to do, and also the staff. I've noticed a lot of city staff are here, so I'd like to thank them for their attendance as well. I'd like to talk briefly about my priorities, what I think the city should concentrate on. First of all is the business tax. It's critical that this move forward this year. I support all the efforts to get this item on the ballot as soon as possible. A general tax, not a specific tax, which requires a higher threshold, is something that should be a high priority, especially for transportation and housing issues. This is extremely important for the city. It's for the future of the city, especially because businesses are causing many of the issues that we face every day in our city, our transportation issues, and also our demand for housing. We must put this business tax on the ballot, and I encourage you to consider it, especially an employee-based tax. My second priority deals with what just occurred this past Friday, which is the rejection of SB 50. As you know, this issue has been a major contention, not only in this city, but throughout the Bay Area. Yes, the council needs to build more housing, but as the previous speaker just said, what kind of housing? The focus really needs to be on below market rate housing, housing for those people who truly need it. The people who are maintenance workers, our landscape workers, the people who are restaurants, who supply our restaurants. These are the people that need the housing. They need it desperately. And that's where the focus of the city needs to be, not on high-end market rate housing. We don't need any more of that. In fact, I believe we already meet our standard for market rate housing. That should be rejected. One more thing I'd like to mention, some quotes from Jerry Hill, who's our state representative. He didn't believe that SB 50 addressed our crucial or affordable housing needs. We need to have clearer parameters on housing creation, created for local government and for our communities. And this is the most important part, I felt, the flexibility to allow local government to locate housing where it finds best in our communities. We need to be realistic on the views on parking, whenever we create new housing, to require no requirements for parking ignores the reality of worsening parking shortfalls. I think it's critical that we do more to build the type of housing that we desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Pat Burt, to be followed by David Cole.
My comments are on behalf of Citizens for Transportation and Affordable Housing Solutions. First, every citizen survey and poll in recent years has placed transportation and housing affordability as our top challenges. The City Council has consistently recognized those as priorities, but setting a priority without funding to actually have significant impacts is a hollow promise. We need a business tax to provide significant dedicated funding if we're going to have real impacts on these problems. And in doing so, we'd be simultaneously addressing climate change. San Francisco's business tax is 10 times the high end of what the council is currently considering amongst its range of options. At just a quarter of the revenue from an affordable housing tax, at 25% of what San Francisco charges, we could double to triple the amount of affordable housing we could generate in this community. I repeat, if we just had a business tax at a quarter of what San Francisco charges, we could double to triple that and still have drastic impacts on our transportation funding as well. If the City Council isn't willing to make such a commitment, the Council should be forthright and tell the public that these are problems that we can't and won't tackle in a meaningful way. I hope that the housing advocates groups, such as the Women's Voters and Palo Alto Forward, will join in this effort in moving from rhetoric to action. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Cole. Welcome.
Hello, City Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I want to thank you for your efforts last year on Sustainability and Climate Action Plan accomplishments. The REACH code was a very important accomplishment, and I really thank the Council for moving forward that timeline. That was very important. As many speakers have talked about, climate change is the overall umbrella that I think we ought to embrace as a priority for this coming year. The city has a goal of 80% reduction by 2030, and we need to keep that in focus early on and make sure those plans are in place if we're going to meet that. The housing goals, as somebody pointed out, 40 years ago we had a 3-to-1 imbalance. Today we have a 3-to-1 imbalance, so we're not going to fix that right away. We do have a real chance at making this 80 by 30 goal for climate change, and that's very important. Climate change is housing for the planet. We're caught up on our local housing for our area, but it's not just our planet, it's all our species. So I think this should be the overarching priority for the Council. With this umbrella, we cover housing, transportation, grade separation, bike ped projects, and so we need to, in my view, keep this in mind if we're going to move forward on this. This should be the top priority, as many speakers have indicated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Holman. Welcome.
Good morning. Regarding the accomplishments that were put up here, it was fun to watch it because it's not very often I think I've ever heard it put to music, so that makes it more delightful. But I also want to encourage, if anybody hasn't been out to the Baylands Walk, if anybody hasn't experienced that, it is fantastic. It's really, really wonderful. The city should be very proud of that. It's incredible. It's really, really incredible. So regarding housing, ditto Winter Dellenbach. Regarding the business tax, ditto Pat Burt. And I was also disappointed with the $10 million cap. With the decades of accumulated impacts, $10 million, I know it's annual, but $10 million is really very slight in terms of what the community needs to accomplish and what the businesses actually have put upon the community in terms of housing demands, transportation, and we're adding grade steps to that as well, which businesses would benefit from too. So I was really disappointed with that and hope that we'll get some reconsideration. Then I'm going to throw something else in there for you all to consider. And I actually got a little bit of a like, oh, gee, wow, really? For years, some of people might remember that I really advocated very strongly for redundant power source coming to the city, and there are different technologies available now. And find out that that's going to be part of a topic of a meeting on February 6th, I think it is. I only heard about that this morning. I think February 6th is the date. And for $40 million, our residential community could be provided its own redundant power source. So we wouldn't be relying on the power lines and all of that we have right now. Think about what the advantages of that would be. People who are in their homes and would otherwise have to go to hospitals in case of an emergency could stay home, thus lessening the burden on our emergency services facilities like hospitals and the clinics and all that sort of thing. If we would do the same thing for our public facilities, City Hall, fire station, police station, I understand it's very feasible for the police station as we're building that new building. I would suggest make it a priority. Sometimes if you keep harping on things long enough, they might actually come to the surface again, even though I'd almost given up on this one. So I really encourage you. The public in the survey about the business tax, emergency services ranked very, very, very high. I think the public would help sponsor such an initiative. So I really encourage you to go forward with this and prioritize it. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne Keene, to be followed by Ross Mayfield. Welcome.
Good morning. First, I'd like to thank Lydia Koo and Eric Philsep for all their work in speaking out against SB 50. It really was very heartwarming. I would just like to support so many of the things I've heard. Yes, on a business tax, make it higher than you're considering now. Businesses will not leave, except like Pat said this morning, when they have outgrown, and what would we do with 10,000 more employees in this city. Also, from what I understand, developers really, we're talking a lot about housing, developers really want to build business offices. They make more money. And if they don't build that, they want to build high-end, which you've heard why we don't need any market-rate homes. We need the opposite. So I don't know how you work with the developers. I don't know how this can be accomplished, but I know we don't need high-end. We need middle income and below market rate. Also, the airplane noise. I'm in Barron Park. They go over all night. I'm 3 houses from a school. And that somehow isn't right. So thanks for listening to all this. Sustainability, I think we have to add the idea of water and how much all this development, where are we getting all this water? We keep building, but I don't think people seem to look at the whole picture. How does one thing we do affect everything? And every action we take does affect the whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ross Mayfield, to be followed by Hamilton Hitchings. Welcome.
Morning. My name is Ross Mayfield. I'm a Palo Alto native. My parents still live here. You worked with my father when he was a deputy city attorney, and my mom worked for the Palo Alto Arts Center. But the biggest change that I've seen over the last couple of years, in particular, is airplane noise, and that's something I'm really focused on. Lydia's doing a great job in working with the roundtable, advancing the work plan. There's some progress there, but we have no idea if this is going to be an effective community engagement process, which some of you, like Liz, have voiced. The issue that we have is, over the last 10 years, traffic has been disproportionately increased over Palo Alto by 500%, when there's just been a growth of about 30% of actual air traffic volume. We have a petition called the Quiet Nights Initiative that's making a simple proposal that's very hard to argue against, which is on change.org, which is to route traffic over the bay at night for nighttime landings. When it's less congested, you can use the new GPS-based landing system to have controlled descent from a higher altitude and not affecting not just Palo Alto, but other neighborhoods as well. If the roundtable process fails to move the needle and get something that's hard to argue against, then I would expect that Palo Alto needs to step up and defend its citizens, and I hope that you will. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Hamilton Hitchings, to be followed by Cheryl Klein. Welcome.
Good morning, council and staff, and thank you for being here on a Saturday morning. When my wife and I bought our house in '97, we could buy it with 2 mid-level engineering incomes and nothing special in terms of money in the bank. That's changed a lot since then. And I didn't become politically active until I saw office building after office building after office building being built downtown. And I was like, how come they're not building any apartment buildings? There are no new apartment buildings downtown. And the reason, of course, as we all know, is because it's much easier and more profitable to build office than housing. And because office grew so much faster than housing, we have this affordability issue. So to say you can solve the affordability issue simply by building more housing ignores the input side of the equation. It's a balancing act between supply and demand. So that's why we have to address the office side as well as the housing. So what I recommend for you as council, as you look at housing, I'm sure you're going to end up doing housing as one of the objectives, because I know it's very passionate for a number of you. Look at rezoning office to housing. This is one of the big shortfalls of SB 50, by the way, is they only targeted really single-family residential. Look at rezoning. If you look at Palo Alto, Stanford Research Park, Fabian Way, the Fry's neighborhood, not just the Fry's site itself, but the surrounding areas, downtown are all good for rezoning from office to apartment buildings and condos. And one of the nice things about doing that is you can go bigger than you would if you put something in or next to a single-family residential home. In addition to that, I definitely strongly think the business tax is a great way to help the transportation to support the growth in housing and also the commuters and our existing businesses as well. And let's see. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Cheryl Klein, to be followed by Bob Moss. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having this, and thank you for taking community input on these issues. So I'm Cheryl Klein. I'm the board chair of Palo Alto Housing. And while I appreciate everything that this council has done to make our Wilton Court project a reality, and we hope to break ground later this year, that's just 59 units. We have a waiting list at Palo Alto Housing of over 3,000. And I would also advocate for not just affordable housing, we need more housing in our community for all income ranges. I see it as a supply and demand issue. If there was more supply, it might force prices down. And I think we have some great opportunities in Ventura and in Coverly to build more housing, and I would encourage you to use the tools that you have to build as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bob Moss, to be followed by Kelsey Baines. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. Some of the comments from the public have missed a few details I think I would like you to consider when you talk about priorities. Traffic and transportation, as an example. You may not realize it, but Palo Alto for decades had its own bus line. The buses ran down residential streets like Greer and Meadow and Alma and Middlefield. And at one point, you could call the city's bus line and have a bus come to your house and pick you up. And our oldest daughter was one of the first ones to do that. She had the bus drive to our house and take her to Gunn. That lasted for about a year. Then the city merged our bus line with VTA, and immediately VTA started eliminating the local bus system. So should we be considering reconstituting a local bus system? That's something that we should be thinking about when we talk about traffic and transportation. Because if we do it locally, we'll be concerned about how we take care of our own people, and we'll do our own neighborhoods first, not last, the way VTA does. On finances, I certainly agree that we should be having a business tax. We're way out of date having that. I'm glad to see you're moving forward on it. And as several speakers have said, we should have a tax rate which is high enough to actually bring some money in and is competitive with other cities around us. We're the only city in the state that doesn't have a business tax. It's overdue. On climate change, one of the things that we're not talking about in detail is sea level rise. Everyone agrees that the sea level is going to go up anywhere from 1 to 3 feet. What is that going to do to our baylands and all the city facilities we have in that area? How do we protect them? Mountain View and Sunnyvale are already talking about putting levees up. Menlo Park is seriously considering it. What are we doing? How do we protect our homes and our businesses and our city's facilities from the oncoming sea rise level? I don't think we're studying that or talked about enough. I think we should be getting into that in detail because it's happening and it's going to have some major negative impacts. Finally, when we talk about housing, I don't know if you're aware of this, but Palo Alto is one of the first cities in the country to require a percentage of all housing developments to be BMRs. Originally, it was 40% of developments of 20 units or more. And it took several months before the first developer came in with a way to evade that. 19 units, kitty corner from City Hall, no BMRs. And then about 6 months later, another development, 19 units, the other direction from City Hall, no BMRs. So the city reduced the requirement and also reduced the threshold. Now I think we're down to 5 units. And that's the sort of thing we should be doing to get affordable housing. Require a percentage of actual construction of affordable housing, not allow developers to pay into a pot instead of putting the housing in the ground.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. So I am here to, unsurprisingly, urge you to reprioritize housing. Housing is vital to meeting our transportation goals, our climate goals, our equity goals, because housing impacts everything in life. And so I will just associate myself with some of the great comments we've heard already from Gail Price and Steve Levy and Penny Ellison and Cheryl Klein. And I will try to highlight some new things to not repeat points. So I would encourage you to think about housing for people who truly need it as being literally everyone. Everyone needs a home. And it's not just low-income people who desperately need homes. In my age bracket, I think I'm the only person here today who's spoken, who's under the age of 40. For young people, even really high-income young people, it is becoming almost impossible to stay in the Bay Area. I know I've told you this story before, but one of my friends from my postdoc so she's a psychologist, her husband's a lawyer, and they recently got pregnant with their second kid, and they just have to leave the Bay Area entirely. They're fully priced out. They had been commuting to this part of the peninsula from Los Gatos, but they're like, we can't keep moving further and further away. This is untenable. So the category of people who desperately need housing is bigger than low income and very low income people. That said, we absolutely need to focus on more housing at that very low income and low income level. The part that I would encourage you to think more broadly about is most low-income people live in market rate housing. And if you get a Section 8 voucher, if you're lucky enough to get one, you are looking primarily at market rate housing. So we can't take market rate housing off the table. It's an important piece of solving our housing crisis. We can't just say we're only going to do BMR housing, which is incredibly expensive, requires a very large subsidy. So absolutely, we need more funding, and I think that's a great thing to look at, and there are various ways to get more funding. But even if we have that money, we also need to be thinking about where is it going to go, and how are we going to get it done? Like, how are we going to get the political will to not do a referendum, to kill the project? How are we going to get the whole community on board for getting this affordable housing done. So in terms of where, and I'll talk more about this on Monday, but in terms of where, I really think we should think about every neighborhood as being an appropriate place for affordable housing, potentially. It might not be a big complex, but we could do a community land trust and have an SRO, have a mansion convert to an SRO. So more creative solutions to open up lots of neighborhoods to affordable housing, and then nearer transit stations, and I do like the idea of industrial parks. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Sylvester, to be followed by Karen Porter. Welcome.
Thank you. And congratulations, Mayor Fine, and congratulations, Vice Mayor Tom Dubois, on your positions. I'd also like to thank city staff for being here today. As always, they're one of the greatest under-recognized assets in this community. So thank you. I'm here to speak also about housing, particularly affordable housing, and I'd like to associate my comments with Winter Dellenbach, Pat Bird, and numerous others. I think as a community, we have to get real. We have a certain amount of land, we have limited funding. What are we going to prioritize as a community? I think that we do have to get much more creative with the solutions we advocate. And I do agree with Kelsey Baines. We have to be creative, and equity has to help drive this conversation. We can't just say the Ventura neighborhood and the El Camino corridor has to take a disproportionate amount of housing. As a community, this has to be a broad-based decision, and we have to look at all approaches. I would like to say, I think it's time for the city to look at rezoning. We talk about economic vitality and below-market housing. Something has to give here. I think we have to consider rezoning land. And while we have Stanford Research Park, we have San Antonio and other parts of the community where we could have a more focused development plan, let's look citywide at what we can do. I would very much like the city to concentrate on below market housing for now. I agree moderate housing is needed, but right now, those that need housing the most their needs must be met. I think a business tax is a very effective way for us to go with the overall majority of the funds garnered to go for below market housing. So thank you, Council, for your work today and as always, and I wish you well with today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Porter, and then our final speaker will be Tony Klein. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, and I'd like to thank actually all the members of the community who have given up their Saturday morning to be here. We weren't elected or hired to do this, but we care passionately about the quality of life in this city, and we appreciate your taking our views into account. And some of us, I'm here to speak about the airplane noise and emissions issue. You've seen me do this quite a few times before, along with some of my friends in the community. We've been fighting NextGen now for, 6 years? So it was interesting to see Mr. Shikata's slideshow. It is encouraging. Palo Alto is a great city. We have many good things to celebrate here, but there's a lot wrong. We're a group of very privileged, well-educated, smart people. We should be able to do more than we are, and that goes in spades for jet noise. I was struck by, in the slideshow, the absence of any sign of progress on dealing with the FAA with respect to jet noise. Of course, the council missed a prime opportunity when it declined to file the lawsuit against Pirate. And I was very disappointed by the lack of transparency around that closed session vote in violation of the Palo Alto Municipal Code. I think transparency and trust in government is very important. Even Senate Republicans have to go on the record with their votes. And one thing that also stood out from the slideshow, I hope I misread the number, but it referred to, I believe, the use of the Palo Alto airport and the number of flights. I saw 155,000. I don't think that could be right, because that would be ridiculous. But whatever it is, I think there has to be more attention paid to both the noise and the air pollution generated out of Palo Alto Airport. I'm in a neighborhood that happens to be very seriously affected by those flights. I do complain a lot, and I don't always see those complaints registered. But I think the emissions in particular out of the smaller aircraft are very serious for the surrounding areas, and I'd like to see more attention paid to that as well. But of course, the biggest issue is the next-gen concentration of flights over Palo Alto. The flights have moved here, the noise and the emissions have moved here from surrounding communities. Palo Alto has put up with this long enough, and I really would urge the city to do everything within its power to finally get some redress. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Tony Klein. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. First of all, thank you so much for your leadership on Wilton Court. That was great. I know it's a small step, but it's a big step that you guys have taken, so that was terrific, and I look forward to more of it. So as a continuing priority, and I hope you do adopt it as a priority today, housing is crucial. I think that we've heard lots of stuff about it, but fundamentally, it's great for the community. It adds to our diversity. As Gail Price said, age diversity. I don't expect my kids to be able to live here right now, but all kinds of diversity. It adds basically to human dignity. If we can get more housing for more people and get people, Cheryl and I see people on living in trailers. I mean, if we can get more people into housing, that's better for our community. And fundamentally, having a more diverse community enables us to be a more vital community, so it's all to our good. You can't do that, though, without also coming up with good transit options, so I urge you to keep that as a priority in the coming year. And fundamentally, we can't do any of this without also being sustainable. We have a responsibility to ourselves and to the next generations to keep addressing climate change in as many creative ways as we can. So I'd urge you for that to be a priority as well. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. So that concludes our public comment for this item for the time being, but as I mentioned earlier, if we see a lot of people coming in later on, I may reopen it. Want to thank everybody for their feedback and input. The council takes it really seriously, and also want to echo some of the community members who thanked our staff for spending Saturday with us. So thank you all to many of our department heads and staff members who are here today. I think it's about time we should have a break, so let's have a 10 or 15 minute break, and then we'll come back and return to council. So call it 11:05. Let's try to be back here. Thank you all. Maybe a little bit longer. Join Councilmember Koo and myself up here at the table. Councilmember Tanaka, Filseth, Nis, Du Bois, Cormack. There we go. Du Bois is outside. Let's get through this quickly before he comes back in. Okay. So as you all know, the format of this kind of changes year to year. But staff has put up our council priorities for the past 4 years, which I think are kind of informative, and obviously you'll see a number of themes across there. This is kind of an open item. What I would suggest to each of us is if we have questions or comments, kind of lead off of a round of that. Maybe playing off some of the comments that we've heard from the public or in our packet from the written comments. And then after that, we can go through a series of motions about what we want our priorities to be. I don't know if we're going to propose them all at once or go, one by one. Maybe we'll just actually start at the end of the line. Councilmember Koo or Tanaka, either of you guys want to kick us off? You're pointing to him? Councilmember Tanaka, you want to go?
Well, first of all, thank you, staff, for your work on this, and also many thanks to the members of the public. I know it's a great Saturday morning, afternoon. It's a great time to be outside with your family. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your comments. I guess one thought I have, because we've been around this a couple of times now, or several times since I've been on council, is while we have these really broad priorities, I think the challenge is I think we want to do these priorities to help prioritize the resources, right, that the city has. And I'm not sure if you guys heard of the idea of a SMART goal, but things are specific, measurable, actionable, etc. We have these really kind of high level kind of broad goals. And I was thinking that, to actually make these more actionable, and I think we have members of the public who talked about this, it might be something for us to consider about trying to make goals that are a bit more specific. So for instance, we've been talking about housing for a long time. I think in the recent poll, it was like 70-something% of people thought housing is a big issue. But, in terms of trying to make a tangible progress, what can we do? So, for instance, maybe we could consider like a specific solution to housing, like micro units or something like that, where we can actually make some tangible progress on. Because I think if we keep it as a really broad goal, the challenge is that we aren't able to, especially within, let's say, the yearly goals that we set, it's hard to actually make a lot of progress on it. So now I think the challenge, of course, with that is that we all have to kind of agree, at least the majority of us have to agree on what that priority is. So it's hard to make it specific because it's harder to get critical mass on that. So my thoughts are that this year that we try to narrow it down a bit from just a super high level goal to something a little bit, something from just a couple words to something a little bit more specific, and see if we could get some critical mass around that.
Thank you. Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, thanks. First of all, thank everybody for coming. Thank staff for doing this today. This does end up being quite a bit of work. Yeah, sorry. This does end up being quite a bit of work. It's, this is, I think this is the 5th year that I've done this, and the space we discuss has been pretty consistent year to year, and I think that's a good thing because it means that our priorities aren't skewing right and left all over the place. And so the real issue is sort of, it's not so much are these the important things versus the not important things. It's sort of, slight adjustments in where we think the priority focus for the council should be within this year, and what's the difference between number 4 and number 5 and so forth. But the larger space has been pretty consistent. So that's good. The one thing I'd say, so I think we've had this, and this year is, we're talking about the same important things that we have in the last few years. The one thing that didn't come up in the discussion today that caught my eye was grade separation, which we said was a top focal area last year for the council. I think this year, the council is going to have to put a lot of effort into grade separation, because this is a year that we got to choose, and I think that's going to be a lot of work. And so I don't know if that makes our top focal priority for areas this year, but I think we need to recognize that it's going to be a big investment from the council this year to get that over the line. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Niss.
Again, thank you all for being here. It is a beautiful Saturday. Fortunately, I know we're going to have more beautiful Saturdays, so this one's being well used. So first and foremost, we would have to have plugged our ears and not read a thing to not know that this community has said housing, housing, housing. 73% in the poll said housing. I think the one differential here, though, is not all of us think of housing in the same way. But I think one of our audience said it well. We need housing, whether it's low-income housing, housing for the homeless, whatever kind of housing it is, we need it. I don't agree that we don't need more market rate housing. We could use more smaller units of some kind. Some of you live in an area where I know when I first came to Palo Alto, we rented a house that was 900 square feet. It had 3 bedrooms. So we functioned in that pretty well for quite some period of time. You don't really need a huge house, but you need a house. So when we get to the voting, there's no question housing will be my top priority. Secondly will come transportation, and I think that's a kind of a big glop, but in that are grade separations, in that are continuing to work on our bike paths. That will always be an underway project, and also on the shuttles. We've talked about shuttles, and I was surprised to see how many rides there were on the shuttles when it came out in the synopsis that ran through at the beginning. And the last one would be, for me, sustainability of all kinds, whether it's David Cole's kind of sustainability, whether it's sustainability as you deal with housing, whatever it is, climate change, sustainability is really critical. So those will be my top areas, and I hope we follow something in those lines. We may differ on second, third, or fourth, if we have a fourth, but I have never heard as loud a clarion cry as we've heard this year for housing.
Thank you, Councilmember. So also want to thank everyone who came out today. We really appreciate your feedback here in person, but also the hundreds of comments we received online and are printed in the packet. And I would encourage everybody to go review those and see what other Palo Altans who didn't show up today feel. I think one thing to keep in mind, as the city manager mentioned at the beginning, but we haven't actually talked about much, is last year was the first year we kind of actioned work plans against the council priorities. And I think that's a really important way of thinking about these goals, that council sets the vision and policy goals for a year, which may be too short of a period. Other cities do 2-year goals. And then staff kind of figures out how do we resource and allocate staff resources, budget, and essentially the council's time to actually execute on those priorities, one by one in different issues. So I think that's a really big change. And I hope this year, as we do the work plans, we can bring them up as soon as possible to really get on them. I agree with Councilmember Tanaka, more specific goals are more helpful. And as you look at some of these goals up here, I think some of them are somewhat specific, some of them are pretty vague. And I like to believe that more specific goals allow us to reach those outcomes more successfully. And I would challenge us as we move into the next phase of this, actually choosing our goals for 2020, to think about how we make those goals, measurable and attainable. I think we made a fair bit of progress on last year's goals. On climate change, we retired the old waste incinerator. We passed some REACH codes, which are going into effect later this year. On grade separations, we narrowed our options, we launched the XCAP, and we launched a lot more data finding measures and expeditions, I guess you can call them, to answer remaining questions in the community. But as former Mayor Phil Seth mentioned, this is the year we are planning to make a decision where we choose a preferred alternative for the 3 railroad crossings that we have in town and what we want to do with them and how we move forward on the environmental review and the design and the fundraising. So that's a really big remaining challenge. On fiscal sustainability, the Finance Committee recommended a pension policy, which will be coming to the council, and we also laid the groundworks for potential business tax measure to fund some of our transportation and housing issues, and I think that's a big step also. On the traffic and transportation, I remember last year I pushed back a little bit on the wording here, traffic and transportation, and maybe that doesn't matter as much, but I think this is one we haven't made quite as much progress on, and I would somewhat attribute that to an unclear goal. And as I talk with people in the community, I think this is pretty broad. You know, when we say we want to, quote unquote, fix transportation, does that mean, you know, we make it easier for you to park in front of the grocery store you're going to? Does that mean we make it safer for your kids to bike to school or across town? Does that mean it takes, 5 minutes less to drive from downtown to South Palo Alto? I don't think we know. And I think we need to be a little more measurable on that and specific. And maybe it's trying a bunch of those approaches and kind of a shotgun approach of many different transportation or mobility strategies. And I think that remains an area of some vagueness on the council. And then as for next year, I think I'm pretty aligned with Councilmember Niss. Housing, mobility, and sustainability. And I think, as some speakers mentioned, sustainability kind of encapsulates a few of these in many ways. I'm open to grade separations as another option, although I wonder if, the train doesn't have so much momentum, we're already getting there, but would love to hear more from my colleagues on
that. First, I want to just touch base on the movie. I don't think we should lose sight that we are a great city. We have a lot of great things going on. And when you realize we have 67,000 residents, some of those stats are really amazing. I mean, 1 million library visits from 67,000 people. Obviously, we got people from out of town, but that's still a very impressive number. Also noticed we had 51,000 police calls. That's nearly 1 call per resident per year, which is interesting. In the past, we've had our annual citizen survey, which is our one kind of statistically significant survey on a whole bunch of issues, and it is something that I think we need to prioritize and make sure we try to have every year. Unfortunately, we don't have it this year. Thinking about the process for this meeting, in past years, we've tried some different things, allocating points, doing straw polls. I do hope we don't make this a really formal type of council meeting, but try to have some discussion. In terms of defining our goals and maybe getting a little more specific, I think that's a promising direction. We should have really clear objectives. I think we need to be a little careful about not getting too specific today. We haven't really agendized some really detailed things, but I think we could talk about some key results, and really where we want to go with some of these objectives and goals. So I think I'm aligned with several of my colleagues, Mayor Fine, Councilmember Niss, I suspect others, on housing, transportation, sustainability. And then we always have this question about how do we prioritize things that are in progress, right? So we have our infrastructure plan. We're kind of in the execution phase of that. So I don't think it needs to be a strategic goal. That doesn't mean we don't take our eye off of it. We have to continue to focus on that. For me, grade SEPs is kind of on the borderline. Wasn't sure it should be a strategic goal. Feels like we're kind of moving along, but maybe because it will take a lot of council focus, we should have it on the list. So those are kind of my thoughts at the top level.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. Hello, everyone. I will skip the thanks. You all know we're all glad to see you and grateful for, the attention that you pay. These are complicated topics, and not everyone does have the time to spend on them, so I guess I did just thank you. Okay. Reviewing 2020. Climate change absolutely needs to be on there. As a matter of fact, previewing some of the work that Vice Mayor Du Bois and I will be sharing on the ad hoc boards and commissions. Many of our surrounding cities and other jurisdictions have a board or commission that focuses on climate change, sustainability, and the environment. So that may be one thing for us to consider as we go forward. Happy to see that stay. It's a priority for me. Grade separation. It was very entertaining to read the staff report and see that in 2018 we were going to choose the preferred alternative, and then I recall last year we were going to choose the preferred alternative. As a matter of fact, I think Councilmember Phil Seth made the exact same speech last year. I'm pretty sure. So open to whether or not it needs to be on there. Honestly, we're not going to be able to choose all 4 by the end of this year. So if we were to make it more specific, I don't think choosing the preferred alternative by the end of the year is feasible. Traffic and transportation. I am very open to the idea of us having objectives here as opposed to actions. So when we look at what happened last year, that's less about the effect and more about things that were done. So I don't know that I'm expressing this very clearly, but as we think about the work plans that we had last year, and having them this year, and speaking about what's not agendized, perhaps even next year as we think about setting priorities, we could potentially have, some objectives to choose from that would help our thinking. I agree that we're not there yet. Of course, that's important. And potentially grade separation is a part of that. I remember us having that discussion last year. Grade separation's very much a portion of traffic and transportation. So people have sort of danced around sustainability, fiscal sustainability here, and I don't want anyone to misconstrue what I'm about to say. But for me, I think fiscal sustainability is really a value that we have as opposed to a priority. In the time that I spent on finance last year, I was just inordinately pleased by the focus of the staff on incredible levels of detail, thoughtful thinking about how to balance our infrastructure needs and our pension liabilities. I don't feel that rises this year to the need for particular, unusual, and significant attention during the year because I think we're doing an outstanding job. Doesn't mean I think any of us should take our eye off the ball. So again, it surprises me to say this, but it would be okay with me if fiscal sustainability was not on the list this year based on what I've observed in the past year. And then housing, certainly I recall last year being hopeful that the housing work plan that we had just finished passing would enable us to make progress this year. And that was the rationale, I believe, that many of us used for not having it as a priority for 2019. But unfortunately, our hopes were not met. So it's absolutely appropriate to have it on there. And clearly, based on the discussion today, and the discussion that we'll have on Monday night, we have work to do in many areas. I do not believe it is either affordable or market rate. We need a wider variety of places for people of all ages and to live. It's just that simple. And then the one thing that no one's brought up, but certainly was in the comments more than once, is Cubberley. I know I failed on this last year. I'm certain it will fail this year, but I'm here to tell you that sitting here in this place that many people thought couldn't get built, it's still a priority for me and for many people in the community. In fact, I think it was about 462 people participated in the Cubberley co-design process, which is far more than 100 more than even filled out the survey. So I don't want the absence of people mentioning it to be construed as the community doesn't care about it, because I think they do. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. For me, I believe my priority has to do a lot more with the livability here in Palo Alto, especially for the people who live here right now. So I would look at transportation, traffic congestion as one of the top. It's been on the city's priority list for the last, since 2013, based on the staff report where it goes back to. So I think that's something that we need to kind of really delve into and not just have the goals, but also have the deliverables. And I like the idea that Council Member Cormack mentioned about having a commission, perhaps a citizen advisory commission that deals and looks at goals and deliverables for traffic congestion and transportation has to do a lot with safety and how our streets are being used today. So that would be one of the priorities that I would like to see. And that's important to me. I mean, there is the flow, mobility, safety, and also especially emergency response. Many times I'm driving and I see a ambulance or a fire truck coming down the road and nobody's moving. None of the cars are moving. They're just sitting there. So there has to be something that we have to kind of recognize that we have to pay attention to and tackle. Another one is under livability. I really believe, I'm glad that Mayor Fine has brought in economic development as one of the items that he would like to see happen. I know former Mayor Karen Holman has spoken years and years about it and bringing it up all the time. I think that, you know, we need to have more community services here that will help the residents in terms of not having to go and drive out of town to get to. A lot more neighborhood retail, a lot more neighborhood focus in terms of services. And, you know, I'd really like to see that we really focus on that and have a goal and deliver on that by actually hiring or replacing the person that have left the economic development person, staff member, and also do a study and analysis to see what is it that we need in order to make it successful. You know, I mean, for example, Curry's Market, which has closed, they ceased operations on January the 26th. Neighbors have told me that. That's very disappointing. So we need to have better enforcement on these kind of businesses that are neighborhood serving and, you know, encourage more. Retail is not dead. You kill it, then it's dead. So I want us to have more focus on that. Then, you know, I would be supportive of housing if it was focused and more meaningful instead of open it all for all. Developers, market rate and luxury developers will find their way to develop. But the ones that are in the affordable range that are deed restricted below market rate are always going to be looking for help. So we just gave the last of our housing fund money to the Wilton project, and it's still not enough in order to make it get going. Like Ms. Klein said, the director of Palo Alto Housing, that it's only 59 units. So if we're going to continue to just free for all, and we don't have the funds in order to help with these affordable projects, then it's just another failure on the trickle-down method. The state is coming in with a lot of top-down bills, one size fits all. As we speak, SB 50 has been eliminated or rejected, but as we speak, you know, there's 2 gut and amend bills that are coming through. And there's always going to be top-down from the state to help housing. And most of it is going to be market and luxury. So I find that we have to focus on the housing that is actually needed in this time, at this time. If it opens up later on for market rate, then so be it. But, you know, another member of the public stated that, you know, our Senator Jerry Hill wisely stated that, you know, we have to look at the whole, not just segments of it. When you're doing housing, there's also parking that's needed. There's also traffic congestion. And, you know, sustainability, I'll say it's not sustainable fiscally. I would also support the business tax. It's something that we need in order to make sure that our projects go forward, especially in our transportation projects, as well as it will fund affordable housing. I do not like bonds because ultimately bonds ends up burdening the residents because it's a parcel tax. I mean, I'm sorry, it goes on your parcel. It's a property tax. So I would like to see fair businesses such as the tech companies do their fair share. There is impacts. They do use our infrastructure. So I do hope that, we can look at this more sensibly and reasonably. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. Just a couple comments, and then I'll try a motion. We'll just see how that goes. Councilmember Koo mentioned economic development, and I agree. I think that is something the city needs to focus on over the next year or couple of years. I'm not sure personally it rises to the item of a council priority this year, but we should definitely speak further with the city manager about how the city can focus on that effort. And I think, as I mentioned last week, especially if we are pursuing a business tax measure, we want to make sure we're understanding how that impacts our businesses and how we may also help them going forward. And that's from, local retailers, our grocery stores, to big tech companies, things like that. Councilmember Cormack used the phrase, not let our eye get off the ball. I think there are a few items there, which a few of us have raised, which fall into that category. Our infrastructure plan is mostly in line, but there's a lot of kind of management and oversight to be done this year, with a lot of new projects getting funding and going to construction. On fiscal sustainability, I'm somewhat aligned with you that I think we have a good path we're following, and we need to stick to it and keep focus on it, but may not be a priority. And then on grade separations, I'm kind of with Councilmember Du Bois. It's kind of right at the cusp, where I think it will take a lot of council focus and continued community engagement, which we have planned, and of course we can double down on that, but also kind of on the cusp for me. So I'm going to just try something and see if it works, but I'm going to move that our council priorities for 2020 be housing, sustainability, and mobility. And there's a quick question for staff on that, but maybe I should wait to see if I have a second.
I have a second.
Thank you, Councilmember Niss. Does staff see any difference between the words transportation or mobility?
Ultimately, it's how the council chooses to define it. I think our response would be to put together the work plan that would provide some elaboration to it. I think on behalf of staff, we would not really see a distinction. We'll give you a range of activities that we think we can deliver that do reflect multimodal, for lack of a better other term, perspective.
Thank you. So just on that last point, the reason I say mobility is I think when we say transportation and traffic, I think sometimes we lose sight a little bit that it's not just cars, not just bicyclists, or not just transit vehicles. It's really about getting people, goods, and services from point A to point B to point C. And that may be a better framework to look at this. It's a little less car-centric, a little more focused on how people get around in Palo Alto. We have one of the highest bike use rates in the country, I believe. And then it's also focused on things like senior mobility or some of the new technologies we have being built here in Palo Alto. On sustainability, also open, maybe it's climate change more specifically, but kind of as an overarching theme to how we approach decisions in our city. One speaker mentioned, that next week we have just an informational report on the SCAP. I'd like the city to reevaluate and bring that to council. I think as we look at land use for housing and for transportation resources, we really need to bring a sustainability lens to it. We also need to look at our parks and natural resources. I think even to some degree, as a lot of folks at this meeting always bring up, airplane noise, it to some degree falls into the sustainability category, right? Do we have a healthy, sustainable community for our residents? And then housing, I hope I don't have to put a point in this. I think it's one of the overriding issues in our community and region, and we should focus on it. Councilmember Niss.
Well, I think you put it very well, Mr. Mayor. Let's just go through these. Housing, I think, as I said before, housing is a need for everyone. And it isn't simply one kind of housing or another. Everyone has that need for a roof over their head, for a place to go in the evening, or a place to go any time of the day. Absolutely essential. So just a quick quiz for the audience. How many of you own your home? Pretty substantial number. How many of you have owned it for more than 5 years? 10 years? 15? So a pretty stable audience here. probably nobody in this room is in desperate need of housing. And if we had a group here that was in desperate need, we would get very different responses. But the fact that the community has said almost 75% of the people here are concerned about housing. And they did not say exactly what kind of housing, but they clearly said housing. As far as sustainability, I would agree with you, Adrian. It covers a multitude of issues that we're dealing with, whether we're dealing with David Cole's sustainability or whether we're dealing with climate change, whether we're dealing with eventually sea level rise. That I think that really tends to sum it up. And lastly, mobility. You know, I think we used mobility at one point in the past, and I don't remember precisely what it meant then. I'll bet Bob Moss would, because he remembers everything. But I think that mobility not only refers to how do you get around, but mobility also means what are your mechanics? How is your bike path working? How are the lights on El Camino? Are they really all synchronized? Whatever that may be. And I would urge you, look for places in our community now where traffic is moving, I think, pretty well. I look at Oregon, which is controlled by the county, and they have really synchronized those lights such that it's hard to get across Oregon at many times of the day. But look at places where it's going somewhat smoothly, and I think we can learn from that. So I hope we go ahead with this. I think this sums up what we have been talking about. And I urge you to come down Monday night when we're going to have a whole discussion of housing, where we are, and where we can go. Thanks.
Thank you. So because we don't have lights, if you all could just signal to me or tap on your colleague and tell them to tell me that you want to speak. Next up was Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, I'll be supporting the motion. We're supposed to try to end this item at 12:30, so I'd suggest maybe we all kind of maybe comment on what we're thinking about these items almost as a study session, and then we can get into details throughout the year. So for me, on the housing, again, I agree. I don't think all of us have been thinking about housing in the same way. We have this debate about affordable versus market. I would hope that, and I agree, it's not really an either or, but I think we've had some contentious debates when we try to mix those issues, and I think council would be well served if we're just clear when items are coming to us. This item is about affordable housing. This item is about market housing, and I think we can discuss policies around each, but it would actually help council quite a bit to look at items that address either or both or one or the other, and not trying to lump it all together. And then I think you get into a question, and this is probably where a lot of our debates come from, on what's the proper role of government. Affordable housing has required government funding, involvement in funding. Private industry really hasn't funded affordable housing. And so government is really need to step in as a social safety net. And then when you get to market rate housing, I think the question is, what is the proper role of government? Is it being hands off? Is it zoning, incentives, funding market rate housing? And so that's where I think we really need to talk about what our policies are. I do think we need to find ways to fund affordable housing. Again, not to the exclusion discussion about other types of housing. And, I really think we should be talking about goals in these areas. Not just our 7-year RENA goals, but overall, like what percentage of our housing stock should be affordable housing? Are we measuring it? Are we taking steps to get there? Because I think if we're not measuring it, we're really not able to tell if we're making progress. And if we continue to add jobs and continue to add market rate housing, and our percentage of affordable housing goes down, even if we're building more affordable housing, we're potentially making the issue worse. On transportation, again, this has been a priority since at least 2014. Sometimes it's been called mobility, sometimes it's been called transportation, sometimes it was called transportation and mobility. I really think this is an area where we should be a little more specific around our goals. Again, when you read a lot of the comments, people are concerned about the whole range of items. But I think really thinking about traffic congestion, I think that is one item that comes up repeatedly. I see really distinct things. I think in terms of transportation, we should be lobbying VTA and regional transportation agencies to really consider commuting as a priority. A lot of these agencies have been focused on a low-income transportation. I'm not saying they shouldn't do that, but a lot of these routes, to really have an impact, they need to be going to job centers, and that just hasn't been a priority, when limited funding for public transportation. And we should consider supporting private efforts. I'd like to get more info on Manzanita Works, but again, if it's commuting focused, I think it really could help with our congestion issues. When we've talked about our shuttle program, I think we need to get some goals for that this year. And again, what is the focus? Is it on commuting? Is it on moving around locally within the city? I think we should revisit the county's 2040 transportation plan and our support for very specific improvements to Page Mill Road, Oregon Expressway. And part of this is really focusing on improving flow on our major arterials. We have neighborhoods that are gridlocked. We get emails of people that can't get out of their homes certain times of the day. And if we don't look at really improving the flow on our major arterials, I think we're at risk of other streets, local streets, just becoming the way that people get from point A to point B, and eventually those streets become, more major thoroughfares. So I think it's a decision for council. If we're going to think about traffic and congestion, where do we want that traffic to go? I think our policies so far have really pushed it out into local streets. One example, when I'm trying to get to council meetings, I use Waze, and Waze directs me to Bryant Street Bike Boulevard because it's the quickest way to get downtown. And that's because Middlefield is slow to cars. And do we really want, cars to be going to our bike boulevard? So, I think we really need to think about keeping San Antonio flowing, improvements to Marcadero, University, Oregon. And that's the kind of specificness I think we need around mobility and transportation. And then on sustainability, I do like wording it as sustainability as opposed to just climate change. I think there are a lot of things, some of the things that came up today about thinking about local power generation, really focusing on our SCAP, which touches a whole bunch of areas. And again, this idea of potentially having a new Citizens Commission on Sustainability. Just to wrap up my thoughts on this, we've always talked a little bit about maybe secondary priorities or other things. Again, I think transparency is one to think about. I've heard some discussions about potentially campaign finance limits, and I think I would support those if it was, say, like a total like $40,000 on a campaign. I think the amount of money spent on our local elections is getting out of hand. But if we were going to do that, we'd have to move quickly, and I think we'd have to do it nearly unanimously if we were going to do something. And then I consider to want to see us make progress on fiber to the home. I've spoken about it many times that we've slowed down. We are continuing to look at it, but again, we pay way too much as a country for way too little. It's a potential new utility for the city, and I still see an opportunity there for us.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack, and then Phil Seth.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. I'll also be supporting the motion, although I find myself wishing for a tagline for each of these so they were a little bit more clear. Housing, again, we'll discuss on Monday evening, and the wide variety of things there that we can do. So look forward to refining the work plan. I don't actually love sustainability because I feel like it doesn't translate for your average person. I get that most people in this room understand the breadth of what we mean, but I won't make a big fuss about that because it tends to be a word that people in government use, but I don't think your average person on the street really understands what we mean. So look forward to the work plan having a broader description and maybe a tagline. Where's Megan? She can come up with them. Mobility, my tagline, I guess, if I think about this is, I think there was a movie called Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, So then we need to add bikes and scooters, and I'm sure I'm forgetting some, I don't know, hoverboards, and now people, well, yeah, okay. I walked here, by the way, first time I've ever walked to work. It was awesome. Sadly, helicopters people are now using for moving around, so long list of things. So happy to support this. It's important to me, though, that we have some definition around them, whether it's a sentence or a paragraph. Because as I think about what happened last year, people ran around saying, oh, this is a council priority, and yet we hadn't really spelled out what we meant by that. And that includes working with our boards and commissions, for example. So those are my taglines.
Thank you. Councilmember Filseth, and then Tanaka.
Okay, so thank you very much. And I like the fact that we got a list of 3 things as opposed to 5 or 6 and so forth. That's helpful. Couple things. On the subject of, I'm okay with sustainability. It's broad, and I'm uncomfortable with it being broad, but I think it's workable. On mobility, to sort of touch on a point that Councilman McCormack just made, mobility sounds like government jargon to me, right? And the feedback we have got from the community is overwhelmingly been traffic, okay? So if we adopt mobility as our goal, I really hope that we make sure that, we keep the notion of traffic in there, because they aren't exactly the same. And if we use mobility to go off on, some other interesting directions but don't address our traffic problem necessarily, then I think we've left the community a little bit behind, and I think it's important we don't do that. So then let me talk for a second about housing. So, housing is a huge problem, right? Wealthy people that want a giant home and can't afford it in Palo Alto and therefore move to Morgan Hill, right, to get it, where they're building thousands and thousands of family homes. That's a housing problem. I'm not sure that's our top priority housing problem, right? But in the spirit of specificity, which Councilmember Tanaka brought up, it seems to me that there are 2 imperatives before us here. One is we committed the community 300 units a year, or whatever the number works out to, as part of the comp plan. And so I think we need to execute on that, okay? Just noting that we also committed 4 acres of park space per 1,000 residents, and we ought to execute on that too. But yes, I think we ought to execute on our comp plan commitment. And the second one, the one that I think is our problem, and this has been reiterated by a lot of people today and in the survey and across town, is that, the fragility of our mid and low wage earners in town, okay? We don't have a huge problem attracting, high wage software engineers that work for Facebook, right? We have a problem keeping our low and mid wage earners, like missing middle teachers, city staff, service workers, and so forth. And you can't have a functional community composed only of data scientists and patent attorneys, okay? So we need the other kind of people here. So I think that's and so it's I really think of this as an issue of priority. I mean, it's all important, but where do you put your priority, right? And the most pressing problem before us, and I think this has been reiterated, is low and mid-income earners, right? And people have said, housing, housing, housing. Well, I read every single one of those surveys, and I'll tell you, the affordable housing piece leapt out very, very clearly. It wasn't sort of generic housing, okay? And we've been using this phrase, all income levels, for a number of years now, and that's good, sounds inclusive, right? We want to include everybody and so forth. The risk is, by doing that, you sort of distract yourself and you never really get around to addressing the affordable problem, because it's hard, right? And what you don't want to have is that end up being, by default, you only do market rate and no affordable, right? Because the problem with affordable is somebody's got to pay for it. And if the community And I think we shy away from that a little bit. I mean, we spent $40 million since 2015 on affordable housing, and what have we got? We got the Buena Vista thing, we got potentially Joe Simidian's teacher project, and we got Wilton Court, right? And it's expensive, but the implication is, I mean, if the community wants it, then we're going to have to find a way to pay for it, right? And I think we should be upfront and address that. And if we sort of back off and sort of genericize the whole thing, I'm not sure that's helpful, because the danger is that we'll do a lot of rhetoric on affordable housing and then just fall back on upzoning for market rate and claim, well, every little bit helped, when we didn't really address the problem, right? That's all kind of touchy-feely. And again, it's not that it's not all important, but the question is what's priority and what fits into our top 4 versus, you know, maybe number 6 or number 7 or something like that. So I have trouble with sort of all this cosmic abstraction kind of stuff. You know, it's much easier for me to think of in terms of concrete specifics. So I have 2 boys. When in doubt, talk about your kids, right? Okay. I have 2 boys. They're both in their early 20s. You know, one studied math and science and got a job this year about a quarter mile that way as a data scientist. Okay. And he makes, I mean, that job pays really well. Okay. He's well within the top 10% of income earners in the entire country, okay, 1 year out of college. Okay. He can afford to live here. He can live anywhere he wants, right? If he wants an apartment, he can have an apartment, right? If he wants, I mean, someday he'll probably be able to afford to buy a house, or at least a townhouse or something like that, if he, right? My second one, okay, is about to graduate with a degree in liberal arts, in history actually. He will be lucky to make half what his brother earns, okay? He's not going to be able to live here in town, okay? At least in a market rate housing unit. You know, he's much closer, okay, to the pressing problem we have in terms of income earners. So, should one of our top priorities as a city be finding a place for my older one to live? Right? It's hard to make that argument for me, because he can already live here, right? Okay. And to argue that finding a place for my older one is the same thing as finding a place for my younger one, right? I think that's a stretch, unless he wants to move in with his brother, okay? So, but maybe it is, right? So I think, to use Councilman McCormack's phrase, keep our eye on the ball here, and it's probably a good weekend to use that idiom, right? You know, I think the pressing problem is housing for low and mid-income workers. It's where we've got the most feedback. It's actually where our arena problems are. I mean, here's the SoCal News Group survey. You know, we get an A, like most of the region, on our market rate, and D's across the board for progress toward our affordable housing, okay? Because it's hard, okay? And so, I think in specificity, I think we'd be better served if that goal were affordable housing, not just housing in general. Now, I'm not sure there's going to be support for that on this council, okay? But I think we'd be better served. And, you know, that kind of ought to be the litmus test for where we put our focus, because if we say, okay, you know, we're going to make this zoning change in Old Palo Alto, well, will that produce more housing for low and mid-wage earners? If the answer is yes, then let's do it. But that ought to be the dog that, I mean, that's the tail that wags the dog. I mean, that ought to be the focal point in the litmus test. So that would be my 2 bits on this, is that I really think the focus ought to be on affordable housing, and if we don't do that, if we fall back on everything for everybody, then we lose the focus that is the point of all this prioritization. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
So I'm glad to see there's support here for trying to make the goals a little bit more specific, because I do think that we set these goals or these priorities every year, and you know, we don't really have a way of trying to make really concrete progress. So one thing that I was thinking that might help us, because what I found is that if we start measuring something, it actually starts getting better. So maybe one thing we could do to this motion that might help is to have staff come up with, and I'm not like talking about 20 metrics. I'm talking about like maybe like one metric each or something, or maybe two, something. Because I think as a council we could come to an agreement on this. Anything more probably we can't. But if we could come down to like what's one metric or two metrics at most for each of these items that we want to see improved over the course of the year, I think that might be one way to make this a little bit more concrete. I think the specifics, I think there'll be too much debate on, and it will probably take us like, more time than we have allocated for this on the agenda. So I just wanted to ask the maker and seconder to get your guys' thoughts and feedback on that, to see if that's something we could do on this motion, just so that we can try to, because I think all these goals are actually, all these priorities are really important. I'd actually like to see some progress on it. And so I wanted to ask maybe the maker and seconder to see if you guys could give some feedback on that.
So I'd love to get through everybody's comments. The two things I'm hearing that maybe to modify this is one, have staff return to us for metrics on each of these goals that we choose or priorities. The other one I heard from Councilmember Cormack and I think maybe Vice Mayor Du Bois was what's like a tagline or a sentence or a paragraph about these. And so that maybe is something we can add. I think towards the end I would encourage it that, we select these as our following priorities and, direct staff to come up with a few metrics or taglines for each. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, because I found that like most things, if you start measuring it, you actually start making progress towards it. So, and I just think also that's something that as a council we could probably do in a reasonable amount of time. Okay, so that's one thought. And I like everyone else. I think these are so high level that I don't think there's gonna be too much debate among the people here about like, oh no, we don't want to do it. So I think these are like definitely in the right ballpark. But because these are set yearly, that's why, I kind of, besides metrics, I think it would be great to have a little bit more specific, because I think mobility is actually a great thing, because that's something that we need to do in general, but it's not very specific, right? It's very, very broad. And, I think traffic congestion is something that's something that a lot of people are not so happy about. So I think, as we develop the metrics, maybe we could start saying, okay, what is the, and I don't know, I think staff have to come up with something about like, how do we measure that metric and how do we make that metric better? So maybe like next year when, the council at that time meets, they can look at that and go, wait, how do we make progress on that or not? So anyways, I think a little bit more narrow, and maybe the metrics could help us do that, to make it a little bit more, something that we could actually make some tangible progress on over the course of the year. So anyways, I in general like these. I just think we want to make some specific, make it small enough that we can actually make some tangible progress or measurable enough. So I've heard a lot of comments from my colleagues about, well, do we need housing for, I think, first of all, I think we all are unanimous on the need for housing. I think there's no debate about that. I think we've all said that. But the question is, how do we do that? And that's why I started earlier about how I think micro units may be something that's kind of the best of both worlds, right? It's inherently affordable because it's not very big, right? We know like the project on El Camino, the Mike's Bike project, hasn't started because the cost of construction has gone so high, the impact fees, et cetera, et cetera. And we as council, for the two like housing projects, we were all unanimous on it. We all wanted it. We all voted for it. But the Wilton Court, we had to give significant amount of loans to in order to make it happen. We don't have much money left. I don't think we have anything left now in our housing fund. The other project is kind of stalled because it's like it just doesn't pencil out anymore. And if you look at the average American house, it's been growing over the past few decades, right? Every year it's a bigger and bigger house, but the average American family is actually getting smaller, right? So it's kind of weird. Like if we bought houses the way we buy cars, we would all be driving gigantic cars, but we don't, right? We buy the right car for the right situation. And I think the one solution that maybe the council here could come to a more agreement upon is something that is inherently affordable because it's smaller, and it's also market rate, because the truth is if we try to do 10 more Wilton Courts, we have no money in our budget or a way to even finance this. But if we do smaller units near transit, it could actually provide the units that that my colleague talked about for his younger son, right? So his younger son maybe is not going to be the mansion on University Avenue or Old Palo Alto, but it's something that he could probably afford as a liberal arts major, right? And it's near transit, so it decreases the need for having to have a car, because parking and traffic is also a key part of this. How do we make it work? It allows. I've talked to a lot of seniors, and a lot of them, like my parents, they're getting older and they're having choking up their house, right? And they have a multi-level house, and it's a large yard to keep up. And if they want to downsize, but moving out of their community is actually very, very, very difficult. And so smaller units that would help allow seniors to kind of age in place, allow them to stay in the community that they've lived in for many years. So it would help them, and then that could free up housing for younger families that need a bigger house and bigger space. It's also for young professionals like my council member colleague's younger son. That would also help. So I'm just wondering whether, while we have housing, whether we should try to make it a little bit more narrow, because this is something we said every year. Say, well, maybe let's see if we could try to make more headway because I think, and I'll of course love to hear my colleagues' feedback, but I think micro-units is something that we can. And I realize it's only one dimension, but we're talking about yearly priorities. This is something we can actually make some tangible headway on. And so would love to kind of throw that out there. Again, we have to kind of hear if there's debate on it, but that's one thought. I actually thought it was funny that my colleague talked about going on Bryant. That's actually how I get to council meetings. It's actually on Bryant, but of course I'm on a bike. So. But I think that's one way to help with the traffic congestion. It's for all of us to do our part whenever possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo.
So I align my thoughts with and the comments of Councilmember Filseth. Most of these, while the priorities here are acceptable to me, I think that it's very, very broad. And, in terms of what he said about housing, also in my comments earlier, I did mention that, we do have to be more meaningful and focused on what kind of housing we're looking for. Just our RENA numbers show that, the affordable side of it is really low, and really there's no funding for it anymore. So I don't know how we're going to go about ensuring that there is building for all. As it is, a member of the public shared an article with me which shows that, affordable housing is going to be very hard to build simply because there's lack of labor. There is, every time a market rate property is built on a parcel, other parcels become higher priced. And so it gets harder and harder for the affordable housing to be built because land is going to be more expensive. Materials, lumber, concrete, everything is getting more expensive. Then, of course, there is the funding, the lending institutions. They're finding it harder to, for the developer, it's getting hard, especially for affordable housing, it gets harder and harder for them to get the loans, get the money, tax credits. So it's, if we're not going to focus on it, then we're not going to be addressing, and we're not going to be addressing the affordable matter, and it's going to just continually fail. It will fail because we're not delving into the issue that we want to solve. I agree also with Councilmember Filseth, mobility. Mobility, it doesn't address what our community is having issues with, and that's getting from one point to another, making sure that our streets are free. And I spoke to that earlier too, in terms of ensuring that safety, emergency responses, So while I'll support it, I would hope that it would be narrowed down so that it's more focused and that we do have deliverables and measurements. And I wish success to this.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple comments. On the mobility thing, as I mentioned earlier, I'm open to transportation. I think it absolutely includes traffic congestion, which I think is the issue in transportation mobility that we hear the most about. I just felt that last year, we did have it as one of our priorities, and I think it does miss a broader picture of the moving ecosystem we have in Palo Alto here. Somebody mentioned, there's a lack of bike racks at public meetings. That's part of mobility to me. It also misses transportation. I think misses, people who walk around here. Councilmember Cormack mentioned she walked to this meeting this morning. So that's why I put it in there, but open to changing that. I do agree with Councilmember Filseth. Sustainability is a bit of a, I think you used the term government term. It's probably true, but I think you're also right that it's narrow enough that our staff and the community understand what we mean by it, and there's some specifics around that, including climate change, for instance. On the housing thing, let's get into it for a minute. I think this absolutely is an area of contention on this council and in our community. I hope I've been clear that for me, it's affordable housing and market rate housing, and I really have a hard time separating those two. There's this yes and I think that there's a few reasons for that. First of all, market rate housing is one of the best ways we actually get affordable housing through, on-site affordability requirements where we require 15% of those units to be affordable, and as directed in the housing work plan by myself and Councilmember Nissa a few years ago, we're exploring increasing that percentage upwards so we get more affordable units per market rate development. To keep in mind, if those units are not built on-site, home builders have to pay an in-lieu fee, which is then put in our affordable housing fund, which is then put towards projects and leverage at places like Wilton Court. We, as some have mentioned, we are mostly out of our affordable housing fund, which comes from a few sources, including in-lieu funds and commercial impact fees. That fund is not really increasing it much. I think last year we gained $1 million and a half in it, something around that level. And this year we're expecting $2 or $3 million. Part of the reason there is we have not so much commercial development occurring in the city, and that's one of the big sources of that fund. And there's a reasonable argument to be made that commercial development increases pressure on housing, and the amount it throws off in terms of affordable housing funds is not adequate to meet that demand. That's totally fair. I think as we think about affordable housing specifically, and by this I mean dedicated below market rate housing, we should think about it in ways that are both scalable in terms of it's more than just one-off, such as a Wilton Court project or the Buena Vista mobile home park where we put a bunch of affordable housing money to preserve that as affordable. So we need to think of scalable solutions. We also need to think about using other people's money. I do not think we will ever be able to subsidize our way out of this housing crisis. And so when I say other people's money, I mean, looking at market rate projects that have a higher percentage of dedicated affordable on-site. Also looking at county money, which, to be honest, Palo Alto has really been a laggard in the county of working with the Santa Clara County to obtain funding. I just learned the other day, Palo Alto Housing has been working on a project, Eagles Landing, I think is the name, in Mountain View. And it's an affordable housing project for veterans, and they're leveraging county funds. And so think about this. Palo Alto Housing Corporation is using, county money to build an affordable housing project for veterans, which is awesome, but it's being built in Mountain View. And, all bonus and kudos to Mountain View for that, but I would love to see that in Palo Alto too. So we've really been a laggard in leveraging other people's money for affordable housing. I'll mention RENA is really a floor. This is ABAG and all the cities giving their input saying, we expect a community to grow X amount. You should plan for X amount of housing. It's really not a ceiling. And, a lot of our market rate housing, where I would challenge the notion that we get an A for our market rate housing, has been driven in the past few years by ADU construction, accessory dwelling units. And I'll remind my colleagues, one of the reasons those have really accelerated in Palo Alto is because of state action. So just a few things to keep in mind there. I agree on housing. The priority within that is affordable housing because that is where we're lagging the most. But I think it really is a quality of yes and, not either or. I think I mentioned on the mobility issue, open to changing that if folks want, and sustainability. I hope that's okay. those are a couple of my thoughts for now. As Councilmember Tanaka mentioned, maybe we need some metrics and taglines around this. But I do know in their work plan, staff does come back with, metrics and goals for each of these. So I don't think we really have to get into those today. We're kind of giving high-level priorities. Want to open it up to other comments or questions, but we could also vote and have lunch. Any thoughts? Councilmember Filseth.
So I thought Councilmember Tanaka actually was pulling on the right thread. I mean, the discussion of, maybe smaller units are more affordable, I think that's a reasonable thing to have. I mean, if your focus is affordability, right, then there are multiple ways of achieving that, and maybe making really tiny units as smaller ones is one way to do that. Again, your typical starting teacher in Palo Alto School District makes $65,000 or $70,000 a year. Okay, it's hard to afford a $3,000, $3,500 a month one-bedroom or studio like the ones that are going to go up on the VTA lot, right, on that kind of wage. But if there's a different way to get to that, I think that's sensible. I wonder if the maker and the seconder of the motion would accept an amendment to add a couple of words to bullet 1, which is housing, with special emphasis on affordability.
I wouldn't object to it, Eric. I think it goes without saying, because that is what we've tested over and over. And just to speak to that, and I'll be very frank here, because I think Cheryl Klein has just pointed this out through our mayor. We will have to be willing, if we're going to talk about affordable housing, to accept some of the stipulations that come with the funding that we have not been comfortable with before. And I think if we are able to keep that in mind, I could agree with it. But we have not been able to do this before, and that's troubling. So we have been fighting for the money from Measure A, which is what they're using in Mountain View, more than one place and in more than one city. But we have really stipulated the kind of person we want to have in our community. So I think we need to be far more open and far more willing, for example, as they have said, to deal with some of the homeless population. And that's been difficult.
That may be a discussion we should have. I mean, the feedback from the community has been, we need to tackle the affordability problem.
And I think we do, but we have to realize that
we can't do it by not tackling it.
But remember, we're talking about subsidized when we're talking about affordable housing. So I am more than willing, if we are understanding that this is affordable housing that is subsidized, because sometimes affordable housing means one thing, sometimes it means another, and it polls differently. So affordable housing polls differently than subsidized does. So if you mean inherently in that you'll look at subsidized at the same time, then I'm comfortable with it.
I do mean that.
How about you?
So I'd love to see some language. I've got some colleagues telling me we should just vote. So yeah, I'll ally myself with Councilmember Niss here, that I think as we think about this and as our staff thinks about this and as I look at the report, for upcoming on Monday, clearly we are lagging in the below market rate housing. That's our biggest gap. But as I think I've just stated, these two things are really tightly linked. And to produce more subsidized housing in Palo Alto, especially this year, is going to take some steps that I think would make this council quite uncomfortable. So that's kind of where I am. Councilmember Tanaka? And folks. I didn't see
Wait a second, sir.
I didn't see anything. Is there some language, Councilmember Filseth?
With special emphasis on affordability.
Okay. I'll accept that.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll just encourage my colleagues, it's 12:20. It'd be nice if we could finish up, but I've got Councilmember Tanaka, then Councilmember Cormac.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why I keep talking about these micro units is because it's the one solution where it doesn't need government subsidies. It's inherently affordable because less square footage is less construction cost, less land cost. And so, and I think there's a bit of a debate. Well, should it be 100% affordable or should it be market rate? I think the inherently smaller units kind of do both, right? It's inherently affordable because it's smaller and it serves a lot of different people. And so, anyways, I don't know whether you guys, I'm looking for see if you guys could get behind this, but what if we just focus more on smaller units? Because the demographic we're trying to help are the young professionals that maybe don't have a data science degree. It's the elderly people in the community who want to be able to still stay in the community. Anyways, so I already talked about all that, so I don't repeat it because we're running out of time. But what if we change the language to something more along the lines of something that's a tangible solution, which I think most of us, I don't think there's a lot of contention on something that actually makes some tangible impact on the housing issue.
So I'll just say, I think that's more getting into the mechanics rather than the goals and priorities. I think smaller units is absolutely one way we can pursue, and it's something we should work on with staff. I don't think it rises to the level of a priority for 2020. Councilmember Niss.
And I would say the same. But at the same time, I also would say, some cities now are going into the area of tough sheds and so forth, that kind of really small housing. And I think we need to have a discussion at the council level, not here today, because that starts to get complicated. But I certainly agree on the smaller units. We've looked at that for a long time. I would just say for the record that it's inherent in that special emphasis on affordability.
Councilmember Cormac.
Earlier, I restrained myself from wordsmithing, but since we've started in, no, I think we can add just enough to each of these to make people a little bit more comfortable. So fine with housing, but perhaps sustainability, we could have a comma if the maker and the seconder are willing, in the context of the changing climate, right?
Sure.
Excellent, fine. Then mobility, I think maybe we could add some actual action verbs, improving mobility for all. I just throw that in because that actually captures traffic, right?
Sure.
Lovely.
Improving mobility for all.
Excellent, thank you.
Including transportation.
Improving mobility for all is fine.
Okay. I'm going to go to Councilmember Koo, then Philseth, and then we're done, and we're going to vote. Councilmember Koo.
Well, I wasn't going to wordsmith, but since we are on the portion of sustainability, I appreciate the changing climate, but I'd also like to see that there is fiscal as well as, fiscal.
So I think that's going another direction, and I'm not going to accept that. Councilmember Niss?
Do I guess then I'd like to make an amendment then?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And your amendment is to add fiscal under sustainability?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Tanaka. So there's a motion on the floor to add fiscal under sustainability. Do you care to speak to your motion?
No.
Councilmember Tanaka? Okay. I guess we're going to vote with hands. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, so that fails on a 5-2 vote with council members Philseth, Niss, Fine, Vice Mayor Du Bois, and Councilmember Cormac against, and council members Tanaka and Koo in support of it. Thank you. Any other comments, Councilmember Koo?
No, thank you.
Thank you. And I think our last commenter is Councilmember Philseth.
I'm just going to comment. I think Councilmember Tanaka's idea on smaller units is valuable. Affordability is a goal. Small units is a mechanism. And I think for purposes of this, we ought to be focused on the goals, but I wouldn't rule out the approach they're suggesting.
Hear, hear. With that, it's 12:25, and would we all vote in favor of these priorities, please? That passes 7-0. Thank you all. Okay, let me just find my agenda. So that concludes our first item of the day. We now have lunch, and I know it says working lunch, but I don't think many of us on council like to eat and work in front of all of you. So let's just have a regular lunch. I believe staff has brought pizza and snacks in the back, so please join us. Let's try to get back here at 1 p.m. or so.
Conversations with yourself.
30 minutes, I think, is fair. And then we'll continue with item number 2 in our wrap-up. Thank you all.
Presuming.
I must be lying then.
Thank you, Erica. That's good language. I'm glad we didn't get into like the subsidized housing thing
Because
we all know.
we know, but we don't acknowledge it.
So our next item is a Policy and Services Committee recommendation from last year that the council review and discuss our own procedures and protocols handbook. As you all probably know, there is a directive that we're supposed to review the council procedures and protocols on an annual basis. It doesn't always get done, but last year our Policy and Services Committee did go through a review and make some recommendations and edits, along with some staff suggestions, which are included in the redlined packet we all have. Does staff have a brief presentation on this?
We do not have a presentation. I would just note for the council's perhaps consideration that you have a red line in front of you and coming out of PNS, and perhaps the PNS chair may want to comment on this as well, that there were some specific issues that the committee recommended for full council discussion that begins on page 2 of your staff report. So at your pleasure, you could go down the list, and we would love to get this approved.
Okay.
Oh, please.
Mr. Mayor, can I add a few comments? So, Assistant City Manager Monique Season-Henny and myself worked with the Policy and Services Committee on this item, and I've been reminded also that prior Policy and Services Committees have worked on this item as well. And I have to say that the meeting that Policy and Services had in December was extraordinary in its level of productivity, engagement, collegiality amongst the committee members. And we actually went through the document page by page and did a lot of really good work. So as the city manager said, what's before you is kind of I would put this into 2 buckets. One is, if we could characterize it as the easy stuff. These are things that are in the red line. So these are changes that had been, for the most part, recommended by prior reviews from prior Policy and Services committees, and then were discussed again, and in some cases modified slightly by the current committee. These are things that bring the rules current with your current practice, bring things up to date as far as legal requirements, fix typographical problems and grammatical problems, this type of thing. So it was, for the most part, intended to not include major substantive policy changes. So one possibility, hope from today, is that council feels comfortable making a motion and going ahead and adopting the red line as an initial updating of the handbook. The second category of material is summarized in the staff report. And these were 8 items that the committee felt that they did involve more substantive policy areas, and that the whole council should have a conversation and give direction on. So council may want to start that process or go all the way through it today. It is a somewhat detailed conversation. And to the extent council wants to make direction, we can then draft a second round of changes and come back to council going forward. And I think former PNS Chair Niss might have a few things to say as well.
Thank you. So the more substantial changes are those listed on page 2 and 3?
Correct.
Okay. So just a quick underscore there. Ideally, we can adopt the red line stuff today. And, if we want, we can go through pages 2 and 3 on those items and either make a choice today or recommend Policy and Services look at a specific direction on some of those items. And of course, as council, we can take this up anytime. So it'd be great if we can do the red line stuff at least today and the rest of it later on. And then I'd like to invite former PNS Chair Niss to say a few words. And if you have any comments, please put in your comment cards.
Okay, first of all, let me thank my 2 colleagues, who are Lydia and Vice Mayor. This morning you were Vice Mayor Dubois, which I thought was a very nice French touch to that.
Dubious is how.
Dubious. So both of them were very patient. We met for 3 hours, Molly and Monique both hanging in there with us. Let me begin by saying this is somewhat dry, but very handy when you want to accomplish something in particular. So most of this, as you know, is the whole booklet of your policies and your protocols and your procedures. Excuse me. And although every new council member is supposed to read this, and I think they probably do, the real issue is that either it's forgotten or it's used in a somewhat maybe altered manner, or there are times when somebody decides there's something in here that helps them accomplish in an area that they really want to either alter or change. So, looking at this and looking at the recommendation, which is what Molly has just discussed, why don't you think, I'm looking at you, Mr. Mayor, shall we start on page 2 of this and go through those items that were somewhat difficult?
So I think that probably is the right process. We've got one public speaker I want to get to first. Former Mayor Karen Holman. And Karen, before you comment on this, who are you rooting for tomorrow?
I hate to quote somebody else, but Joe Montana. I'm rooting for the red team. I can't lose tomorrow.
Fair
Thank
enough.
you for the asking, but I'm staying very private and local because I don't want to annoy a bunch of other people when I'm rooting for both teams. So.
Sweet. All right. Welcome.
Thank you for asking. It's very kind of you. Just a few things on this. Thank you for bringing this forward. I do want to highlight that these have not been amended since 2013. And it does say in our own procedures and protocols are supposed to be reviewed annually by Policy and Services and the Council. So there are some things that are really lagging in here and some things that are outdated and some things that are outmoded, maybe more than outdated, and some things that have been troubling to some people for a long time. So I put that one on the first order of business, and some of us on Policy and Services were asking for these and they just didn't come. But it is in our own procedures and protocols. I'd like to suggest that when the council went from 9 to 7, that the number of council members it takes to pull something from consent should have been reduced to at least 2, because it used to be that the number of council members that required when it was a 9-member council was 2, and then it was increased even while I was on council to 3. So it used to be 2, now the council is smaller and it's still 3, and I think that's a heavy burden for the council even to do its own job. Speaking of consent calendar, I also think, and I know this came up, I haven't had a chance to review all of what y'all did in your conversation, but it did come up about putting a maximum dollar amount on consent calendar items. Again, referring back to, kind of hate to do this, but referring back to my time on council, it's like during that period in time, the dollar amount of things on consent increased exponentially. I mean, we didn't used to have $7 million things on the consent calendar. So there really should be, I'm not going to suggest what that dollar amount should be, but there really needs to be a maximum dollar amount in order for the council to be accountable to their own jobs and to the public, and to have a transparent process for the public. So things like that should go to, depending on the appropriate body, probably finance, and then come to the council, then on consent very possibly. There's also something, I think there's maybe something that should be added on page, what page is this? On page 16 under motions. The red portion says motions may be provided to the city clerk in advance of the city council meeting so that blah, 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 blah. I would say in advance of or during, because council members take motions to the council, to the meetings on the dais, and they amend them during, as you know, during the meeting. So it's like or during, I think would be a good change to that. And then there's also having to do with colleagues' memos. There's nothing that says, it talks about like how long before, timing in terms of like when a memo goes to the staff and when it goes to the clerk and all of that. But it doesn't say what the timeline is for a colleague's memo to come back to the council. And there have been situations and occasions where there's been like a great lag, a long lag, even as much as a year before a colleague's memo is brought to the council. So I'm hoping you'll just do the minimal stuff today and you'll take on the larger projects later when there's more public involved. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Winter Dellenbach.
I'm reading this on the fly. I just wanted to thank you for reviewing this, doing a serious review. It hasn't happened in such a long time. And Councilmember Cormack and Du Bois for, I think you took extra time with this. You were tasked with doing extra review. So thank you very much. Right? Am I right? Did I misspeak? No. It's fine. I'm getting mixed messages. You're laughing at me. It's not the first time. Won't be the last. No. I don't see, and I really haven't thoroughly looked at this, but I will. I don't see anything. There's a in the table of contents it says public comment, and I don't see, but I didn't see anything else listed in here but public comment addressing the length of time for public comment or anything like this. Is there anything in there? There is. Okay, I missed it. What are our guarantees about public comment? Did I miss that? Does anybody know? I'm hoping that somehow we have, the public has
members of council are not supposed to respond to members of public and public comment. It's one of our procedures and
That's
protocols. We'll respond afterwards.
But there's no length of time. That's what I'm missing. And I wish that were here, that we had really some acknowledged term for public comment. So I am missing that. Also, is there more detail about a role of liaisons to commissions? That role, what that role is to look like, the parameters, the limitations. You don't know. I'm looking at Adrian. So I would hope that there would be more about that if there's not. So I'll stop there because I'm acknowledged I'm unprepared. But those two things. And also, of course, the way to, frankly, get rid of commissioners who have broken laws or have ethics problems and things like that that have been appointed to our commissions, and how the council can go through some ordered way to get them off of our commissions. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker will be Jeff Hull. Welcome.
Thanks. I wanted to second the idea that on the consent calendar, 2 council members should be enough to pull an item. I've actually watched videos of places where 1 is sufficient, and that seemed to be functional too. Also, council has a rule that says most of the stuff you get and the public gets, you get 11 days before you have to meet and consider it. That's a great idea. In the protocols document, it says that applies to regular meetings, but it doesn't say what, if anything, applies to special meetings. And the meeting can be special for all kinds of trivial reasons, like 6 instead of 7, or 5 instead of 6, or Tuesday instead of Monday. And none of those reasons are an emergency reason for having staff not miss the deadline of getting you information on time. Also, in this document, it specifies the day of the week when certain things have to happen. And that day of the week is correct if the regular meeting is on a Monday. I think it's incorrect if the regular day if the meeting is on a Tuesday. So those are all details, and maybe this is not the time to fix all of that, but it's to be fixed for later. And this particular document I didn't get a chance to read because I didn't get a clickable link to it 11 days in advance from the retreat agenda. Thanks.
Thank you. So one thing we are allowed to do is ask staff a couple clarifying questions after public comment. So I'm hoping staff can quickly respond to, there were 2 questions I saw at least. Does this document address public comment time limits?
It does. And you'll see in the language that it describes up to 3 minutes and indicates that there can be adjustments to that depending on the number of speakers and the number of items that the council has on their meeting agenda, which is consistent with state law. It does allow those to be factors where public comment will be reduced. What was the other question?
The other one was about rules for special meetings. Are those in here as well? About
I was just
what-
looking at the language. I don't see a place where it's specific to regular meetings. I think the language is intended, and I'll review it to make sure that it's consistent,
It's
that
page-
staff makes.
Page 5.
Yeah.
The 11-day stuff is under the regular meeting.
Right. Anyways.
Well, so the language is the language about the supporting agenda materials is more general than that, although it does appear under that heading. And just so the public is clear, staff makes every effort to provide supporting materials at the time the agenda is posted. But that is not a legal requirement, and there are times when materials are not ready yet. So they are provided later than that. Sometimes they're provided in what we call a late packet, which is the Thursday prior to the Monday meeting. Sometimes they're even provided at the meeting, and that is because they're not ready. What is legally required and what we are careful to ensure that we do is when materials are provided to the council, they are provided at the same time to the public.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, I want to open it up to council for questions, comments, or motions. And just a quick reminder, it would be great if we can get the red line done today and then other stuff is needed. I see Councilmember Cormack, then Council. Oh.
I just want to get a sense of how we're going to move through it. Because we have,
We're gonna-
remember, we went through this as a committee and agreed on everything except that which is at the beginning that we knew we had to discuss with the whole council.
Right.
So just to let you know that, and start wherever you wish, but that.
Right, which is
what happened.
why I suggest, the red line I hope is agreeable to all of us. But if you're making comments, try to bucket them into the red lined area versus the other areas. Is this a procedural question, or you want to speak to the main thing?
I'm going to move that we accept the red line.
Okay, I've got Councilmember Cormack, then Koo, then I'll come to you. Sorry. Councilmember Cormack, Koo, then Filseth.
Okay, confining my comments to the red line. On page 6, honestly, could we get a 10-minute break? If we have 6.5-hour meetings, I really don't think it's healthy to have a minimum of a 5-minute break. I don't know how long the lines are in the bathrooms you all go to, but seriously. It may sound like a small thing, but it's really not healthy, guys. 5 minutes, that's it.
Can staff just take some notes of these things as we go through? Thank you.
Okay, and then also in the red line, page 10, I don't know what a high dollar value item is. What is a high dollar value item? L, on consent. Page 10, L, consent. It's an addition. Mayor and city manager should be sensitive to high dollar value items. That
So
seems really mushy.
just, it is a general statement, both being sensitive, what that might mean, and the reference to high dollar. And I can just tell you that the way this works now is with respect to contracts that are typically, they're allowed to be placed on consent, and they most frequently are. There is a conversation that occurs, I'm sometimes witnessing it, sometimes participating in it, between the city manager, key department staff, and typically the mayor, about whether an item might actually present some significant policy area, be controversial. The dollar amount could be a factor in that. Sometimes low dollar contracts can trigger community concern, policy concerns, and then the conversation occurs, and the mayor and the city manager may decide to go ahead and place those on action. So it's a reference to that kind of multi-factor general process.
Which seems entirely appropriate, but I wouldn't want the mayor and the city manager to be accused of being insensitive if we're not sure what a high dollar value item is. It just seems like it opens up areas of concern, so I'll leave that aside. Last one is on page 13. I wonder, I'm not familiar, I guess I could look it up, I don't think it was leaked. Government, section N, Government Code section 54952.2, is that about It just says make brief announcements in a manner consistent with. So I'm not quite sure what that means. Does that mean something that perhaps?
That section actually goes on to describe what's in that government code section,
Okay.
which is that you don't make new assignments, you don't have a substantive conversation, you don't take action.
Okay, but announcements as traditionally people made even far before I was on council about, regional meetings, things like that, that's all appropriate.
It is appropriate, yes.
Okay, those are my comments on the red line.
Thank you. And I'm just taking notes too. We'll review at the end. Councilmember Koo.
Oh, thank you for working on this and bringing it back. On page 2, 1.3 summary of rules, third sentence in, it says members of the public can speak to anything that's in the city's jurisdiction. Do you think it's necessary for us to add in there as regional and state? Because that's just general comments, right?
So what's meant by that is any topic within the purview of the city council. And city council purview is so broad, given that you do have the perfect right and it is appropriate for you to interact with state and federal legislative bodies and express your view, that it's really almost anything.
Okay, thank you. I would also like to add that for all the government codes that's listed in here, whether it's Palo Alto Municipal Code or Government Code, can we include a link so that whoever's looking at this can automatically get to that? On page 5 of this, under decorum, I'd like to see that a link is put in there for our Muni code for 2.04.120. And also Palo Alto Municipal Code 2.04.130.
Can you just remind us what those all are, Councilmember Koo?
Oh.
I'm sure it's about decorum, but
Yes. 2.04.12 is decorum of council members and visitors. And then 2.04.130 is enforcement of decorum. Then on page 6 under D, where it says state law, that's the third sentence from the bottom, state law establishes. Can you provide the state law and a link to that state law? Okay. The city policy with regards to reports and supporting staff reports, is that a policy that we have wording on, or is it just a policy that we kind of just stated?
The practice of posting agendas 11 days in advance, I don't believe there is a separate written policy. That was something that was discussed and agreed to by the prior city manager, and I think we just implemented it. I'm not aware of a place where that's written down, other than here.
It's just over, okay. I just wanted to make sure. On page 10, the consent calendar, 1, 2, 3, 4, on the fourth line, council members may also explain their no votes at the end of the consent calendar. I think this might need a vote.
This is one of the items that's called out as for further, the committee did say that council should talk about the timing of that.
And then regarding Councilmember Cormack's question about the dollar amount for consent calendar, from one of the previous reports, I understand general and professional services in excess of 25,000 is something that we vote on, or is it on consent?
No, the 25,000 is part of our city's procurement rules, and it is in our municipal code that has to do with the level of authority for signature, and also it may align with a tier of our competitive solicitation requirements.
Oh, I see, okay. So it goes for the 85,000 as well for public works and goods, any contracts, basically it's just how you're going to go about procuring it.
That's
I see.
correct.
Okay, very
And to note, the question about a concrete dollar amount for putting things on action is one of the items that's called out for further council discussion.
Okay. On page 13N, fourth sentence from bottom up. To the extent possible, council will confer with staff before raising matters under this agenda item. When we were at PNS, I think that was crossed out, so I'm not quite sure. Is it brought back in? Are we returning it?
I don't recall that. That is existing language. It's not proposed to be new language. If council wants to delete it, they may. I can say in practice, council members occasionally give us a heads up. It's
okay.
not typical.
I was just looking at my old copy and it was crossed out. Oh, page 16, right? Under U, motions, debate, and voting. So there's summary of rules, number 3. So we have the rules, and then there's also Rosenberg rules. So can I understand how do we work on this, or do we need to add Rosenberg rules into here as well, or not?
Council could add a reference to Rosenberg's rules. So for those who don't know, Rosenberg was a former Superior Court judge, I believe, who decided that the actual Robert's Rules of Order are very archaic and very complex and overly formal for most local municipal bodies. And so he drafted a simplified, I think it's about 6 pages, set of rules that essentially use the spirit of Robert's rules but are simpler and easier to apply. And we use them for training for council members and for new board and commission members because we do find them very helpful. So you could add that reference. The statement here that Palo Alto doesn't follow Robert's Rules of Order I think is important because there are some things in Robert's Rules of Order that are it was designed in ye old Merry England time, and it's too cumbersome for us to productively apply. And so what we use instead is actually the table that is in, and the various rules, couple pages of rules that follow that
Page
statement.
20, the table.
Yeah, so it starts on page with narrative on page 17, 18, 19, and then there's a table on page 20. There are some more narrative on pages 21, 22, and 23.
Thank you. So I think it might be something that we should think about whether we want to add the Rosenberg rules in there and provide a link to it. On page 20, at PNS, we had asked for the 2/3 vote. The last column for how many council members it'll take to pass it by 2/3 and by 4/5, if that's okay.
Yes, I can add that. I played around with the formatting, and it ended up knocking this table onto 2 pages, which
Oh, okay.
is totally unacceptable, but we will add that.
No,
So the council member's suggestion is just to actually calculate that out so that everybody's clear what the number is.
When we start going into page 22, the very top title, City Council, it's supposed to be Procedures and Protocol Handbook. So from there until the end, switch it around. On page 22, number 10, not participating, is that also considered a recusal? I just want to make sure the terms are understandable so that we don't confuse. If it's not participating, would that be a recusal? And then also there's absences that we have, it's not in here. It's not in this description.
Right. So I have suggested to council, and this is on a project list for myself, to do a guide to how vote counts are affected by absences, supermajorities, recusals, and abstentions. And the rules are actually fairly complicated. My recommendation would be not to try to add them here, at least not today. But I will be getting back to you with some information on that, and that I think we will all decide should be made available to the public as well so that everyone can see.
Thank you. Page 23, there is planned community. In certain areas, it's crossed out, but in X quasi-judicial, it's still there. And then into the
That's
middle.
an error. I intended to cross it out everywhere because that's a title that's not currently in use by council. I'll tell you that to the extent council should decide to use that form in the future, the legal issue is still going to dictate that where you're doing something that's quasi-judicial, where you're judging a project application, it will require these additional procedural requirements, whether we say it in these rules or not.
Yeah, so if we're gonna leave it, then I think everything should be uncrossed, but if we're gonna cross it out, then everything is crossed.
I agree.
Thank you for your patience. Oh, page 33, I. It mentions the third sentence up from bottom. It says policy and procedure for responding to customer complaints. Where is that found? Where would that policy and procedure be located?
We'll need to check into that.
Okay, and once you find it, could we also have a link to that? So we're not discussing 2.4 on page 34 and 35 because Councilmember Vice Mayor and Councilmember Cormack are going to go through it, right? This is on conduct of Palo Alto boards and commissions. Page 34 and 35. Oh, am I correct? I'm going to skip that.
We're not really addressing council members, that this section is for council members interacting, I think.
So I think the direction from council was, at least in terms of policy and services effort at the end of last year, was to leave out 2.4. And if the ad hoc committee ends up deciding that these topics are not areas that you are going to delve into, that's perfectly fine as far as your process. And then the question will just be whether council will want to then review that section itself or send it back to policy and services.
Page 38, Section 4, Policy and Services Committee Role, Purpose, and Work Planning. I was just wondering, why is it only policy and services and then we don't have finance or the CAO committees for its role, purpose, and work plan?
I don't know. It's historic.
Oh, okay.
The historic way this document developed. You could add additional sections if you wanted.
I don't care. I'm almost done. Oh, page 41, out-of-town conferences and meetings. There is it correct, the word that third sentence up, including eligible activates? What does that mean? What is activates? Look from the bottom up, and then it says ETC, etc., including.
My guess is it means to say activities.
Activities, maybe?
Okay, so there's two areas. There's that one and then the one on the bottom. On page 43, under air transportation, the first sentence, on the lowest flight available. Council members and officials shall fly economy class on the lowest flight available for the most direct.
Our airplane noise.
We'll have to check the altitude for each
Yeah.
of the flights.
So I think it's lowest fare, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
We'll make sure that the travel policy, which was updated through ASD and in alignment with staff travel policies, that it's corrected.
Page 46, it says 7.8, then it goes straight to 7.10. And then on page 50, the footnotes, I was only able to find VIII. I couldn't find I to VII.
The footnotes are messed up. That's a technical term.
Okay. That's it, thank you.
Okay, I've been trying to take notes of all this. Councilmember Filseth.
Move we accept the red line with the changes delineated here.
Thank you. So motion by Councilmember Filseth, seconded by Councilmember Nish to move the red line version with the changes as written there, and I think that covers most of them. When I get to my speaking time, I'll go through everything I've heard from you all. Care to speak to your motion?
Briefly, I just want to thank the Policy and Services Committee for doing all this good work.
Councilmember Niss.
And I have just one comment, which is on page 16. I know this has been a process, but where it says motions may be provided to the city clerk in advance, blah, 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 it's on number 5. I would simply opine that if you have already made a decision ahead of time about what your motion will be, you haven't really listened to the public in such a way, I think that would be reflected. So I am always troubled when I see if somebody has written a motion during the day, it means that you essentially could have eliminated the public from coming and commenting on it that night. Okay. Other than that, I'm voting approval.
Okay, thank you. So sorry. So we have a motion on the floor to move the red line stuff forward. I hope we can do this piece, and then ideally we go through the couple of discussion topics on pages 2 and 3. We can go through those one by one. Next on my list is Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, I wish I'd gotten my comments in before the motion was made, so now I have to make motions to add them. But I'll try to do the ones that I think are perfunctory versus more discussion. But so staff reporting on pages 5 and 6. It took quite a while to get to this 11 days before a meeting, and the purpose really was to give the public time to respond. And I think we're losing a little bit of the intent of council. The new language here just says that they will typically occur 11 days. The previous language, there was a sentence which was deleted, which was, for major complex projects and policies, the city will make every effort. And so again, I just think maybe we should restore that line again about the intent, because it's not necessarily that. I mean, we would like all reports to come 11 days ahead, but I think particularly big projects and policies that are coming at the last minute or at places or a day or two before, I mean, that's an issue.
So Councilmember Du Bois, could I jump in?
Yeah.
So that prior language was at a time when Palo Alto followed the state law practice. And so the agendas and supporting materials were published the Thursday before a Monday meeting. And that was an exception process where council at that time said, for larger projects, go the extra mile and do the 11. Now we do the 11 for everything. And in fact, the things coming late is the rarity. Really, for the most part, you and the public get a full set of agenda materials 11 days in advance. When that doesn't happen, it's because we're not ready. Either we're scrambling, we have additional analysis to do, things are still happening on the item, and then we try as quickly as possible after that.
Yeah, and my point, I appreciate that and understand that. My point is, when that happens today for large items, I actually think we should move the item rather than put the report out. And I just wanted to capture that kind of intent that it was for particularly large policies and projects.
That's always the case, and if you'd like to just state that here so that everyone is clear that if something does come late and council feels that council or the public needs more time, the item will be put over, we could draft a sentence like that.
So I guess I would suggest that then. I don't know if the clerk captured that language. Again, I kind of mixed my comments. So
well, hold on, let's see.
Can I ask a question about that before we go on? Does this mean that a large item which appears 3 days before the meeting, cannot be heard?
I recommend you don't say that, and here's why. Sometimes it's time sensitive. And you might decide that even with the few days, which again is the practice on every item for almost every municipality in California.
No, I understand. If it mandated that, I wasn't going to accept it. Is that a guideline or is that a requirement?
I think you're saying that it would be something that staff or council could decide.
Oh, yeah, I think the clerk's summary is a little different than what Councilmember Du Bois and I were talking about, which is that for larger items, what I would recommend is that the city manager and the mayor have a conversation about whether it should be put over in light of all the circumstances, which includes the time sensitivity of it. Right. And if those officials don't make that decision, then council itself at the meeting can say, hey, look, we need more time with this material. We think the public needs more time. Let's put it over and have a vote on it. So I do not think you want to make that automatic.
So how about if it said would have discretion to push it to a later date?
I think that works. And if you would let us just work on the refinements of the language, in the sober light of the evening, that would be great.
Yep. Is that accepted?
As long as it's discretionary, I accept it. Or it's accepted by the maker of the motion.
Is it accepted by the seconder?
Yes, to make it simple.
I'll also just note, we can also do this add agenda changes and deletions at the beginning of a meeting as well. Yes. So again, there was a question about remote attendance. Again, this reflects red lines, which are a major update, where before you had to have an emergency and it was even harder. So I support the changes that are in here. I do think it's public interest that we be at meetings as much as possible. So saying you can attend remotely 3 times a year, I think is kind of a reasonable.
That's not part of the red line, though. We're going to discuss that later.
Yeah,
right?
I know. I kind of mixed them together. Sorry.
It's on the list of things to talk more about.
I'm saving time by not saying that later. Consent, the issue about high dollar amounts. Again, I think there's a difference between our utility funds and our general funds.
That's on the list of things to discuss, right?
Can't we keep it to the red line for the moment? Removing from consent, was that for later?
Yes.
Okay, so this is just a new idea that I will throw out. Maybe we'll discuss it in our discussion items. But one thing about the expense reporting, I think aligning it with the other policies is fine. But I was actually curious what people would think about making council expense reports public, just to be transparent. Then I do think the discussion about where the 11-day reporting falls, I mean, it does fall under the regular meeting heading. I wonder if we should consider language about what qualifies as a special meeting, that, if we modify the time by an hour, we do a lot of 5 p.m. versus 6 p.m.s, or if we've scheduled a meeting because of a holiday, like well in advance, versus a really emergency meeting.
So that definition is actually part of state law. If you vary from the day and time, even by moving it up an hour, under state law, it is called a special meeting. We don't do anything differently other than use the word special on the agenda. We still do the 11 days. A special meeting is also allowed to be called on 24 hours notice. In my time in Palo Alto, I can't recall a single time council doing that.
Yep.
But in that case, obviously, materials wouldn't be available 11 days in advance.
So this issue about the 11-day reporting, you said it well, yeah, it follows under regular meetings, but we do it all the time. Maybe we could just clarify and pull it out of
We
it.
can just pull it out in its own section.
Just a follow-up question. I think we do special meetings a little bit differently, right? We don't have all the same sections in our special meetings that we have in regular meetings.
We didn't have colleague comments the other day.
Right.
Normally, under special meetings, we do have everything regular that we have.
Okay.
There are times, like in the retreat, which was a special meeting, or not the retreat, the one recently, the meeting on Tuesday, we didn't have everything that is normally on a regular meeting, but that was because that meeting was going to be just for study sessions, and we ended up making action items along with study sessions. But normally, we do have all the sections on a
Okay.
special meeting.
So for a special meeting, we may not have all the, okay.
So I guess Molly said yes, but I just want to make sure it was in the motion, this idea of pulling out the 11-day reporting, just that it would generally apply, not just under regular meetings, which.
So is that accepted by the maker and the seconder, that the 11-day reporting should apply to special and regular meetings? 11-day packets.
Except for specials.
I think it's just a matter, it's no change in language, it's just renumbering that so that it's its own section, so that it doesn't fall under the heading of regular meeting. That's very straightforward, and it is what was intended by the language.
Yes, it doesn't change anything.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's all I see from this side. Councilmember Tanaka, any?
Well, I have things not on the red line, so maybe we
Okay, let's hold off for a minute. Anything else on the red line from anyone? Okay, I'm just gonna go over some of the comments I heard. Some of them are in there. So allowing a 10-minute break. A few of you talked about the high dollar value thing, but we'll see that in a bit. Links to government sections. Council purview, is that a general comment? We'll have a link to that. Link to government codes where appropriate, link to the decorum codes. Something about the state law for closed session and linking to that. 11-day publication issues, potentially calling out Rosenberg rules. That's something we don't have in here, and I would want to learn more about it. Specifying the 2/3 vote calculation, and then on top of that, potentially having another page or something about what absences and vote counts look like under different circumstances. Changing the planned community headline or header in a few of these items. Linking to the customer complaint policy. And then also not in here, but a good comment by Councilmember Koo is that policy and services is the only committee which gets a specific section in here. Do we want something for finance and CAO? That's what I've got written down.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure, quite frankly, what we do with your comments versus the way that the annotations were made along the way. I think we had some specific annotations, and we can pick those up.
Understood. I'm just recapping everything. Just in my comments looking at all this, the two or three that come to mind maybe for follow-up. One is the vote calculation under special circumstances. May be helpful for us, and just having a table of understanding, what a supermajority looks like under different circumstances, what absences and abstentions do to our vote counts. That may be a helpful follow-up. And then potentially the Rosenberg rules, but I've just never read them myself, so I'm not aware of that. That's just more of my general comments, not follow-ups. With that, would you please vote on the red lines? Great, that passes 7-0. Quick question, is this adopted immediately, or is it do we need a?
Adopted immediately.
Great, thank you. Okay. And a reminder, we can change these any and all times that we want. So,
Excuse me,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor. I believe it was seconded by Councilmember Niss. I see my name there as the
you're
seconder.
correct.
Thank you.
Thank you for fixing our procedures. Okay, now let's go on to the items that policy and services had raised as potentially contentious. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. I'd suggest we go through them.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, there are 8. The formatting is a little odd. We continue on to page, bottom of page 4 and top of page 5.
All right, so I'm going to suggest we start with 2.4.b, telephonic attendance. Just a reminder, we don't have to change anything on these today.
Can we do straw polls maybe?
We can certainly do straw polls if you like. I'm not really sure how to structure this, so I'm just going to open it up to whoever has an opinion. Councilman Vice Mayor Du Bois.
So, just a moment. I do have to leave by 3.
Yeah, so that's where my comments were going. Like, maybe we could do a quick straw poll, and then if they were split, then we have a discussion. But maybe some of these we could avoid discussions if we all agree. But
Councilmember Cormack.
We also need to accommodate suggestions that are not on this list. I have at least one, and others may as well. So I want to be sure we have time for that.
Let's do those at the end, if that's okay.
Great.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess we'll just go through this. Councilmember Tanaka.
So when we looked at this on policy and services, I know that there was a suggestion earlier that we refer some of this back to policy and services, which to me would be kind of weird because the reason why they're here is because we couldn't come to a consensus. So if we're referring it back to policy and services, it's like recycling the same thing. So I think we actually have either make a decision today or we make a decision as council sometime later. But I don't think referring it back to policy and services when it came from policy and services because it was contentious is going to accomplish much. So, yeah.
So there's a couple options here. It looks like there's roughly 4 options, but we may be able to combine some. Councilmember Du Bois, if you have an opinion, go for it.
Yeah, so as a council member with a full-time job who unfortunately has to travel sometimes, I think what's in the red lines currently is a good balancing of being there in person. So I would move that we would keep the red lines as is. I know it's a little weird to have to follow the noticing rules and postings and things, particularly when you're traveling internationally. But again, I think those are there for reasons. So I don't think we should change anything under 2.4.b.
Okay, that's seconded by Councilmember Phil Seth. So just to keep it as is, just to recap, what this says is you do no longer need to have an emergency, but you do still have to post it 24 or 72 hours in advance. Also, somebody who works and has traveled, I don't think this gets abused, and to me, frankly, the emergency language was a little funny. Like, how do you plan in 72 hours in advance for an emergency? And we've spoken about previously, how do we assure that council members are posting their agendas? That's on each of us, and I hope we can come up with a procedure for doing that. But I think this is a reasonable compromise, and I don't think anybody has dialed in more than twice in a year, frankly. Remind me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't seem like we need a hard cap at the moment.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, we lose something when people are dialing in remotely, and I don't know how we would. I think there's more value when we're all here, or at least almost all of us here, and I can't imagine, if 3 or 4 of us are all dialing in at once and so forth. So I think, and there's constraints by, a variety of things, and I think this is a reason. I think this has been reasonable.
Councilmember Tanaka.
So I would say that, just to go over each item first, I think it's more, to me, it's better for someone to participate even if it's by telephone, even though they can't. I mean, do it in person, it's better to have these telephonic participation. So I actually think that, I don't know why we want to actively discourage, because I think it's better to have some participation versus none at all. And then, to me also, the same thing about, the 3 times a year, why 3 and why not 5, why not 2, right? What's the motivation behind 3? And the other part is, it kind of, to what the mayor was saying earlier, which is to have like 5 days postings is, to me, seems like a very tough thing to do. So I guess for me, it just seems like it's kind of a arbitrary limits that actually makes it harder to participate. So I think what we should do is we should adopt the guidelines for Section 2 to be as written in the staff report, with also and actually I just realized it wasn't part of this. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah. So basically, in terms of the requirements, just keep it to whatever the state requires versus having to have our own extra ones. So I'd like to have a substitute motion, which is basically to have, as it reads in page 2 of our staff report, so literally the second page, I want to have that as a substitute motion with the noticing just being whatever the state requires versus having our own special one to keep it consistent.
So there's a substitute motion by Councilmember Tanaka to use the state noticing requirements and not our own local noticing requirements.
And also just to keep it what was on page 2 of the staff report.
So page, yeah.
Yeah, so basically get rid of the actively discouraged and get rid of the
Those aren't included, Councilmember Tanaka. Right now, those are questions that we could take a position on.
Well, so I'm saying take a position of just deleting them.
Well, they're not going to be included, though.
Clarification, the existing language does include the phrase actively discourage.
Okay. Oh.
It's at the top of page 7.
I'll remove those.
Request by council members to attend via telephone appearance are actively.
Yeah, I just want to keep this simple, so I think let's keep it to what the state requires and leave it at that. I don't think we need to have special Palo Alto rules, right? We should just keep it to what the state requires, and these other kind of arbitrary limits, just keep it simple, right? Why make this thing hard?
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councilmember Niss. Do you want to speak to your second?
No, I think it's very clear.
Can I ask, align with the state law? I don't know what that is, so I'd like to know what I'm voting on. Could we maybe write that out?
So I think what Councilmember Tanaka is referring to is that the remote posting would switch to the state minimum. So whereas
What is that?
Here in town, we're posting 11 days in advance of the meeting. The remote participant would be posting 3 days in advance of the meeting. For a special meeting, we're still posting 11 days in advance. For most special meetings, the remote participating council member would post 1 day in advance.
You actually have 5 days on page 7 right now. So I guess to me is like, why do we need to have special Palo Alto rules? Let's just keep it consistent to the state so it's uniform. We have enough special purpose language. We should try to streamline our code so that it's consistent with the other cities in the state. So let's just keep it the state code and make it simple. Why do special Palo Alto things? This doesn't make us have a better government by doing this.
Okay.
So I think that the 5-day must have been proposed by a prior policy and services, because it used to be that we always did 72 hours even here in town. We went to 11 days, and I'm guessing, I don't recall, that was seen as being pretty onerous for a remote location, but still the council was interested, or the committee was interested in more than just the state minimum. So that's where I'm guessing the 5 days came from.
Councilmember Cormack.
I won't be supporting the substitute motion. It's very important to me that we continue to actively discourage telephonic attendance unless we have a decent system. I mean, it is really difficult. I am sympathetic to everyone's individual circumstances, and I may have to dial in at some point myself, but it's very difficult for the rest of us, and certainly for the public, it's really hard to hear. So I'm not going to be supporting that. And I think limiting it is absolutely appropriate. This will come up later in my comments, but it is part of transparency. I think people know when they sign up, when they sign the papers with the city clerk, what the expectations are. So I won't be supporting this.
Okay. Didn't you already? Go. Okay, Councilmember Niss.
So I want to go back to this amount of time again, because I think even the 72 hours is difficult. If you have flown somewhere.
Councilmember Niss, it's required legally. There's no reason to debate it. You cannot participate unless you have posted the agenda in your remote location continuously for 72 hours before a regular meeting.
Right. No, I'm not objecting to that. What I'm talking about is whether or not it is appropriate for us to have this law which says you can call in if you have posted 72 hours in advance. And I even think that's difficult. Tom has just come back from Tel Aviv. Councilmember Tanaka is frequently in China. You cannot always even post ahead of time, 3 days, in which case they simply can't vote.
That's correct.
So I ran into this last year. It was very unpleasant. I even think this is rather dramatic to have it 72 hours when We really do travel, and it's really important that you be able to come into a meeting by telephone and register your vote.
So again, so that would be a lobbying item for the state legislature. We do not have the discretion to reduce that amount of time.
The posting requirement.
That's correct.
Right. Except in special meetings, can we do it 24 or 72?
24 hours for a special meeting.
Okay. So let's vote on the substitute motion. All those in favor? That's 2. All those against? The other 5 of us, it seems. So that fails. We're back to the main motion. Okay, if you're going to modify it in the way I think you will, probably, go for it.
Yeah, so just to be clear, I think what Greg said and what was up there was different. There's like multiple parts, right? There's the noticing requirement, which I will go ahead and add to my original motion, which was that we would align the noticing with state law. But the other 2 pieces of my original motion I want to keep, which was I do think we should actively discourage people from dialing in, and I do think we should have a limit. And, it's impacted me. I would really have liked to have voted on the business tax last week. But, again, I think these are important, and when I can, I try to avoid traveling to miss a council meeting, and I think actively discouraging people from calling in, again, as Councilmember Filsis said, hasn't happened, but what if 2 or 3 of us were all trying to call in and it became, more the norm? So I think we want to avoid that.
Right. I'm going to speak quickly and then Councilmember Koo. So I agree with this. I think having a reasonable cap of 3 is fine. Discouraging it is absolutely inconvenient. But then again, this is the 21st century, and I hope we can begin to solve some of those telephonic challenges. And sometimes we have to travel and still want to participate. And I think there's an overriding concern that you allow council members to participate. And then 24 hours for a special meeting, 72 for a regular meeting makes sense to me. Councilmember Koo.
I'll be supporting Vice Mayor's motion. I do want to mention that, when we went through the elections, I think most people believe that we're going to be here. I mean, we asked the same question of our commissioners and boards, are you going to be able to attend the meeting? So I would, in the word actively, I would like to ask the maker and the seconder to consider, instead of actively, to say strongly. Thank you.
All right. No other comments? Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so so I understand my colleague's point of view on this. So, but the one point I want to just ask if the maker and seconder could consider is okay. So we have the thing that's kind of exceptional to state, which is the 3 times a year and actively, or I guess now strongly. But why not make the rest of this uniform to the state? Just keep it uniform to the state's requirements versus having our own special stuff. So I'm trying to understand the rationale. Why do we want to have a special Palo Alto on this? Why not just make it uniform to state so it's uniform?
So clarification, council member, with the changes on the noticing, I'm not clear that there are further requirements in addition to the state minimum.
The state has no maximum, and whatever the other one was.
The state simply says a local body may allow telephonic. It doesn't. There's no right under the state law, and many local bodies don't allow it at all. So yeah, they don't have a maximum. There's also no minimum.
Okay. So I don't have, I think a lot of us don't have the state law right next to us, but to me it's, if this is all uniform to state law except for the 3 times and strongly, then why not just delete everything else and just make it say everything else is compliant to the state law versus having something special?
Because the state law can change, and this is our local guidance.
State law trumps our law.
Well, we're allowed to go narrower than it.
We could go narrower, yes.
So there are some additional provisions in here about time to alert the clerk. And, I would just suggest to you that the clerk's office is a busy place. They're trying to prepare for meetings, and they do need some notification that they need to prepare an agenda in a certain way. So that's an additional detail that's not in the state law. It's not in conflict in any way, and it's not really a higher standard either.
Okay, so it's 2:05. We've got a number more items to get through on this. Hopefully we can move through them a little with more rapidity. All those in favor? That's 6 in favor. All those against? Councilmember Tanaka against. So that piece passes. Thank you. Let me get back. Number 2.4.h, the consent calendar. This is about if you're voting no on the consent calendar, whether you should give your explanation beforehand, before the consent calendar vote, or after the consent calendar vote. Councilmember Philseth.
Move to keep it the way it is.
I will second that.
I was going to say.
We can change the procedures and protocols to allow a third if you want. You want to speak to your first?
Just briefly, the reason to, I assume the reason to speak before the item is in order to, persuade people to vote differently, which to me sounds like an item for discussion and debate and ought to be on the action calendar, and it defeats the purpose of the consent calendar.
Completely agreed with what Councilmember Philseth just said. Alternatively, if you want to actually discuss the item, go and speak to 2 of your colleagues and get them to vote no and pull it as an item. Any other comments on this one? All right, shall we vote? Hands up. That's 6 in favor and all those against. Councilmember Tanaka. Thank you. 2.4.j, council requests to remove item. This is about whether removing consent items takes 3 items as is now, or whether we want to change that number. Do we have any motions? Councilmember Tanaka.
I'd like to make the motion to make it 2.
Okay, so Councilmember Tanaka has moved that pulling a consent
second.
item will only take 2 votes, seconded by Vice Mayor Du Bois. Do you want to speak to your motion?
I think enough people have spoken about it already.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, so again, historically, when we had 9 council members, we were at 2. Then you moved to 3, and then the council shrunk to 7 seats. We kept it at 3. I think it boils down to trust of your fellow council members. I know there's some probably fear that if it's at 2, we'll pull things off willy-nilly, but I think we quickly learned that that's not productive. So, again, I think it puts responsibility on council members to really consider when they want to pull things off and what that's going to mean to our agendas. But I think we should trust each other, so I would support dropping this to 2.
Councilmember Niss.
So I'm not going to support this because I remember when we had 2 before and it moved to 3. And the reason that I'm going to vote against it is it becomes very easy with 2 people to take something off. One of you decides, you find somebody else, and you end up with a number of items added to your calendar, usually for that night, unless you put them off for another time. So I'd prefer to leave it at 3.
Councilmember Philseth.
I concur with Councilmember Niss. I think with only 7 of us on council, our bandwidth to take up lots and lots of items is limited, and I think we ought to rely on the discretion of the city manager and the mayor and our processes to make sure that we get the right stuff on consent and the right stuff on action, and controversial items shouldn't go on consent.
Completely align myself with the former 2 speakers. I think 3 is the right number. I think for a couple of reasons. So 2 just means, as Councilmember Niss mentioned, you and one other person. And I think that is far too low of a bar. When you're convincing 3 people, you've actually got to get a little bit of kind of a balancing act, because different people may have different reasons for pulling an item versus just going to somebody and saying, hey, help me out here, I want to pull this item. 2, I think, given our limited bandwidth, there is an issue of stacking items that are not on the action calendar and moving them to it. I also think, in the past year and a bit, we actually haven't really suffered with 3. We've had a few action items moved off. We've discussed them, we've gotten through them. I don't think there have been issues where we've passed something on consent that couldn't be pulled and the city was worse off for it. So I think 3 is still a reasonable threshold. Councilmember Cormack.
I concur with Councilmember Philseth's comments around trusting the staff and the mayor to make good choices about what's on the consent calendar. And with Mayor Fine's assessment that we have not suffered from this. So, I think if something's really off, then I'm confident that, I trust three of us to decide, hey, this isn't the right framework.
Okay, let's vote through this, and then I think we'll have to have another motion, I'm guessing. All those in favor of 2 votes to pull an item? That's 3 votes in favor. Councilmember Tanaka, Vice Mayor Du Bois, Councilmember Koo. All those against? Myself, Councilmember Philseth, Councilmember Cormack, and Councilmember Niss. So that fails. So I'll move to explicitly that I don't think we need to vote. Just keep it as is. And shall we move on? Great. Next item is consent calendar categories. And this is about whether there should be a given dollar threshold that should make an item ineligible for the consent calendar and should rather be an agenda item. Any perspectives on this? And I'll just say, sorry, I know I asked a question, then I'm going to answer my own question. The one thing I'd be interested in here is to see actually the range of consent calendar items and how often they occur and how much they cost. I know sometimes we've had like $12, $15 million contracts on consent, and we seem okay with that. Other times there are items on action which are $0, zero policy item, but we're required to deal with, something like the weed abatement. And so I would just be interested in getting some more information, like in the past 2 years, what is the histogram of consent calendar costs? Anyways, Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, so first of all, there's nothing in here that says lower cost items shouldn't be on consent, right? So I don't think we're really talking about that. And I know we said it would be weird to send things back to policy and services, but this one's not really defined. So I would actually make a motion that we would just ask policy and services to review this, and if they want to make a recommendation to bring it back. But again, I think there's probably some dollar level where it serves the public interest for council to have oversight and to say it shouldn't go on consent at a certain level. But I think there's some work to be done. And I think it might be different dollar levels for utilities versus general fund.
So Vice Mayor Du Bois is directing policy and services to review this, potentially according to some categories. Is there a second? No? Okay. That motion fails. I think I saw Councilmember Tanaka.
I do agree with what the Vice Mayor was saying in terms of there should be a dollar limit. Like, it's kind of weird to have like a $10 million contract that just on consent. But the reason why I don't want to go back to policy and services because we were deadlocked. We're not deadlocked, but we couldn't get a consensus on it. So it went to us, and to go back to policy and services doesn't make sense. So now I agree. Also, this is not totally spelled out. So maybe what we should do is direct Finance Committee to come up with proposed thresholds for council to consider. So that'll be my motion.
So there's a motion by Councilmember Tanaka to direct finance to come up with proposed thresholds.
So I would second it.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Du Bois. Do you want to speak to your motion?
I just did.
So I actually don't understand the hesitation by my colleagues, so maybe somebody will speak up before voting against it. But again, I just think there is some threshold number that makes sense. I don't know what it is. Yeah. Okay.
Councilmember Cormack, then Koo. Councilmember Koo, then Cormack.
I just have a question. Most of the contracts and CIP projects, it's already been approved. Most of them that gets onto the consent calendar already approved through our long-range plan or some other.
Certainly by the budget, yes.
But if it's something new, for example, extension of a contract or change order or something, that would come to council though, on action calendar?
It could be on consent as well as on action.
It could be on consent also. Okay, thank you.
So a completely brand new activity, then, under the current rules, it should go on action. But if something's been approved through the budget or the capital improvement plan, then you're able to deal with that on consent, again, with the ability to pull it off if you want.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't understand the problem we're trying to solve here. I have reviewed every single thing on the consent calendar last year and this year. Only voted against those when it required a budget amendment. That would bring us below 18.5% on the reserve. I really don't see the problem we're trying to solve with this method. And in fact, now I think what we can rely on is the formerly referred to mushy language, where the mayor and the city staff in conjunction can use their best judgment about whether a high dollar value amount, which should be relative to whether it's in general fund or enterprise fund, should go on consent. So I don't see the problem we're trying to solve. I just don't think this is necessary.
So I think you, Councilmember Cormack, have actually put into words what I was trying to get my head around. I think what we're trying to solve here, to be blunt, is almost a political problem, that we don't want to vote for expensive things on consent without discussion, and we feel somewhat of a need to discuss those things on an action item when they may actually be somewhat rote, even if they're expensive. And that may be somewhat uncomfortable for us, but our comfort is not really our problem. Next up I see is Councilmember Nis Philseth Tanaka.
So with this, and I think Councilmember Cormack makes a very good point. However, I think I'm far more concerned with how the public sees this, because frequently people will say to me, you put these huge amounts on a consent calendar, and we don't know whether or not they have been, how they've been dealt with. And I think for the comfort of the public more than anything, I'd really like to see some kind of direction as to how we can decide on whether or not something should go on consent. So when we see $4 or $5 million items pretty frequently, and very puzzling to the public.
So I concur completely with Councilmember Cormack on this. I think at the moment it's done via, as you said, the flexible language. It's the discretion of the city manager and the mayor and our processes. And I don't perceive there's been a huge problem with this in the last few years that I've been on council. And given that, it seems like if we proceed with a fixed limit, then either we're going to set it substantially lower than where it's been, in which case we're going to get a lot of items on action that could have just as easily been on consent, or we're going to set it so high that nothing ever hits it, and then why did we bother to do it in the first place? So I think we're looking for, I think we're a solution looking for a problem that we don't have right now.
You know, so we all saw the polling recently from the business tax, and one item on there that you guys probably saw was that the perception of the public of fiscal waste went up dramatically. It went up from I think about 10% to or 13% to 27%, almost, I think just about doubled. I'm probably getting the numbers wrong, but something on that order. So there's a rising concern about that. You know, we're also looking to do a fairly substantial business tax as well, and you know, especially for those that are trying to push for this business tax, you want the public to trust that we are spending the money wisely, and so I actually, some of the things I was going to say, Councilmember Nis also had already said, so I'm not going to repeat that, but I do align my thoughts with Councilmember Nis on that as well. So to me, it's about building trust with the public, giving the public opportunity to know that their taxpayer dollars are being spent wisely. And just because something's approved doesn't mean that it was procured very well. So for instance, downtown project was I think about $11 million project, and it came in at around 18 million. We had the contractor come in that didn't get awarded, Dalio, come in, complain about how come it was a direct award, right? What city does a direct award of $18 million? That's a pretty substantial amount of money, which means it's not competitively bid. So I think for all these reasons, we should support this motion. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, then Councilmember Philseth.
Just want to make a couple of quick points. So agree we haven't seen it in the last 2 years, but that's not, they're looking at a longer time horizon. This has been an issue in the past. And I think, again, there's some concern here in the council that we're going to lose efficiency. So I think, again, it's the direction here is to send it to finance. I think the bar should be significantly high, and it is balancing, again, our role as public oversight with efficiency, with public trust. And I think this motion should be worded, and I think it is, in a way that the finance could come back and suggest no change. But, you know, again, I have seen it in years past where it has come up as an issue. So I just don't think we should be opposed to having a discussion about it.
Councilmember Philseth.
Well, just briefly, if the issue is public trust in government spending, I don't think sort of moving a lot of stuff off the consent calendar and spending a lot more time on it on council, it's probably not going to address that directly. If the goal here is simply to impose a soft spending cap by dragging out expenditures longer and longer, I'm not sure that's the best use of our position here either.
All right, if there are no further comments, all those in support of this motion? Councilmember Tanaka, Nis, Vice Mayor Du Bois, Councilmember Koo, all those against? Councilmember Cormack, myself, and Councilmember Philseth. So that passes on a 4-3. And so finance will make a recommendation, I guess, come back to council at some point. Our last, well, almost last item, not quite last, 2.4.v is motions. And so this was a idea proposed by Chair Nis. If council should begin a action item with a motion followed by public comment and then council discussion. And I'll turn it over to you, Councilmember Nis, because your idea.
So the reason I put this on here, which is probably going to be controversial, I would think, but if we were using Robert's Rules of Order, as I recall, the first thing you do after you go through staff, you listen to the public, you staff report, listen to the public, listen to our discussion. When it comes back to us after it has finished the regular discussions that take place, it is far more expedient if you begin with a motion and then speak to the motion. And I realize that can be certainly debated, but it is the way that many councils do this, and I don't think it keeps us from having a full and robust discussion. So I think this is more a suggestion than an absolute, but it's one that I think that we should think about. We tend to, if we have a second round of questions after we've listened to public staff, whatever that may be, it prolongs the discussion for quite some time.
Are you going to make a motion?
So I will make, yes. I would make a motion that we should begin work on an action item with a motion, followed by public comment and so forth.
Okay, so Councilmember Nis is moving that we have a guideline advising us to begin an item with a motion. Is there a second? She's mandating that, not advising. Mandating. Seconded by Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Tanaka, do you want to speak to your second?
No, I think Councilmember Nis already talked about it.
All right, I think I saw Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm going to vote against this. I think we deal with a range of complexity of issues, and some are very cut and dried, and some take a lot of questioning and analysis before we get our arms around them. And I think it's too broad to do a one-size-fits-all on this. Furthermore, the mayor has discretion to do it this way, and I did it a number of times last year, and Greg Scharf did it all the time the year before, or 2 years before that. So I think we're capable of dealing with this now, and I think it's overly restrictive to mandate it.
Completely agreed with former Mayor Philseth. I know for certain last year, there were times where you would lean over and I would lean over and say, like, let's make a motion and get it out there in the beginning because it seems like the right way to guide this discussion. At other times, we're not sure where we're going and we want to open it up.
I want to be clear that, if I can add, I think there are times when it's entirely appropriate to do this. It's just not every time.
Right. And there are times where it's appropriate to have a bigger discussion. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes, I will not be supporting this motion. Frankly, public comment is usually an important component of this and sometimes provides information that helps shape our motions. I absolutely agree with Councilmember Philseth that there are times we can do this. I think the area that is of interest to me is the questions before we go to public comment occasionally turn into comments before we go to public comment, and I think that's an area for all of us to potentially think about how we handle that more efficiently, because our meetings are supposed to be both thorough and efficient.
Well, if you guys just followed the mayor's directions more often.
Aye,
Especially last year.
No, it's a good point, because sometimes I know I ask for clarifying questions, they go into comments, and then we go to comments, and then we go to questions, then we go to motions, so fair point. I think,
Wait, I would never ask for a vote before we'd heard from the public, ever.
Right. I think I saw Councilmember Koo.
So I think I can't support this either. I think that framing a motion at the very beginning, it limits the discussion points. And if we're really looking for that robust conversation and dialogue, then it's really it doesn't provide it. And to a certain degree, I think that we need to listen to the public and take that into consideration as well.
Okay, all those in favor, if you'd please raise your hand. So that's Councilmember Tanaka and Councilmember Niss. All those opposed. Councilmember Koo, Cormack, Vice Mayor Du Bois, myself, and Councilmember Filseth. So that fails on a 2-5 vote. Thank you very much. We're on to page 4. So this is about council conduct and respecting the 1-hour rule for staff work. And just so the public understands, there's a rule in our guidelines that a council member shall not use more than 1 hour of staff's time in a given week. And this is for our council member questions about agenda items, or, asking staff to get you information on something, things like that. I do want to turn it over to staff first, to just hear any thoughts, actually. Well, there is no proposal here, but.
Right. So the idea is that and it doesn't specify a given week. I think we've roughly interpreted it as like per item, that if an item of inquiry is going to take more than an hour or so of work, then we bring, it should come to the council, so that the council as a whole says, yes, we want to direct our staff, limited staff energy and time in that direction. So I think the committee, maybe particularly Councilmember Tanaka, wanted to have council discuss the way this rule works and whether there should be modifications.
And I would just offer on behalf of staff that what would I say, the extent to which this is a relevant issue does vary widely among council members. So would not want to call out any individual council members, but would say that having some boundaries and some sense of consistency in expectations does provide value in leveling expectations from individual council members.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager and Mrs. City Attorney. Councilmember Filseth.
Move we keep the 1 hour rule.
Oh,
Following Councilmember Niss's previous proposal, Councilmember Filseth moves that we keep the 1 hour rule. Was that a second, Councilmember Koo? Okay. Do you want to speak to your?
Just briefly, if directing city staff resources in a significant way should be the jurisdiction of council, not any individual council member.
Councilmember Koo?
No comment.
Any other comments on this one? So I just have one quick question. Is it, and I should go read the packet, is it 1 hour per item, or 1 hour per question, or 1 hour per week?
My recollection is that the rule refers to a problem. Is that correct?
I got a lot of problems, so.
There's a little bit of an art to the application of this, but I think Mr. City Manager, you can weigh in as well, but I think with respect to things that come to my office, it is typically by topic.
Yes.
But it's relatively rare for a council member to have more than a handful of topics in with us at any one time.
Is there anything staff thinks, does this not work currently, or?
In my opinion, it works well, and it is important because the time and energies of your staff are a citywide asset, and it is important to have some guardrails around the use of that. We do want to help council members who are at the initial stages of exploring whether, with respect to my office, an idea might be legal. It's actually very helpful to have a little bit of interaction. So I like that we're able to do that and that council has agreed, but the limitation is an important expectation that at some point the council needs to decide if it's a road we want to continue to walk down.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, should we all vote now, please, if you're in support of this motion? 1, 2, 3, so that passes unanimously. Thank you. Our last item on here is city council emails for agenda-related items. And this, oh, sorry, two more. I'll just note it's 2:30, which is when we're supposed to be having wrap-up, but let's get through this. Policy and Services recommendation that council discuss the procedures and timelines for council member questions on agenda items and staff responses. If I recall correctly, the current rule is 5 p.m. on Wednesday before the agenda.
Isn't it noon?
In here, I think it was changed to 5 p.m. in the red line.
Ooh, you're giving us extra time?
Sure.
Great.
Actually, I did the drafting and I meant to reflect the current rule. I might have not gotten that right.
I thought it was 5 p.m.
5 p.m. is fine. That's fine.
Okay, so the current rule is you can send questions on consent items up to Wednesday at 5 p.m.
Pacific Standard Time.
Pacific Standard Time, fine. I think, yeah, as the vice mayor's joking, if you read it really nicely, you sometimes get responses. And I'll be honest, sometimes staff has responded when I've written things on a Sunday night, so kudos. Any discussion here? Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I think the general rule is fine. I think the main issue is, I think this is what we talked about in the policy and services, is sometimes, like for instance, at the beginning of the year, I think the staff report didn't come out normal, like as in advance as normal. So it's actually really hard. In fact, it was impossible to get your questions in ahead of time because basically the agenda didn't even come out. So there's cases when this cannot work, and it's basically when the agenda doesn't come out in sufficient time that it's impossible. So basically, for instance, the very first one of this year, it was impossible to submit any questions because the agenda came out after you had to turn your questions in. So it's like you have to go back in time to submit your questions. So it's impossible. Like you can't, this rule doesn't make sense, right?
And if I could comment, I think that in any circumstances in which the schedule is awkward for some reason, holiday or what have you, we have been accommodating. Late packets included, yes.
Any other comments on this one? So I think it's just worth highlighting. Councilmember Tanaka is absolutely right. Sometimes we have a late packet or a late item that comes out on Thursday for a Monday meeting. And just a reminder to all of us, if that happens, feel free to write staff with a question and they will do their absolute best to get back to us. Does that sound reasonable?
And I'll make sure that we are also proactive in communicating that flexibility.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Okay, so no action on that item. Our last one on this list is City Council and Boards and Commissions policy for travel and miscellaneous expense reimbursement. Chair Niss and Councilmember Tanaka had some recommendations, if you want to let us know.
In truth, we may have had this recommendation, but I think before we left that meeting tonight, I suggested that this item regarding travel policy, miscellaneous expense, goes to the Finance Committee to be woven into the budget for this year. We currently have an amount that was allocated last June, and when we passed the budget, and I think it needs to go back to Finance again to talk about how we will allocate our travel and miscellaneous expenses, because it is done quite differently in Sunnyvale, Mountain View, and Menlo Park, which were the three other cities that I talked to.
Can you talk to what you would like to see in a little detail?
Right now, we have almost no detail on travel policy. So currently, there's a certain amount, I think it's 25,000 allocated this year, but there's nothing specific to it whatsoever. If you want to go to a conference or if you want to do whatever you may, it's currently up to the mayor. So, for example, in Mountain View and the two other cities I mentioned, there's an allotment made per council member, even though the city pays the registration fees and some other things. The council member decides whether or not they will go. They will use their own allotment. When they've used up their allotment, unless they can borrow from someone else, as Mountain View does occasionally, then they have then used up their allocation for the year. So what I thought was that the best place to discuss this is what impact does that have on the finances for our city.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Actually, Councilman Nis, did you want to make a motion for that? Because if you did, I'll second it.
Yes, I will make that motion that we move the discussion regarding our travel policy and miscellaneous expense reimbursement to the Finance Committee.
Okay, so there's a motion by Councilmember Nis to move this discussion of travel and expense policy to finance. Is there a second? Councilmember Tanaka, if you want to speak to it.
To first or second?
She's the
Okay,
maker.
so
You're the second.
Okay, so no, I guess did you want to talk to? Okay, I'll talk to my second. For me, the reason why I think this is actually a good idea is because right now it's kind of a free-for-all. We have this bucket of money, albeit a very small bucket of money, and it's a bit of a free-for-all, right? It's like some people will use a lot of it, and some people, like I think last year I didn't use anything, right? So it's kind of I think it kind of spreads it out among all the different council members, and each council member is responsible for that. Some council members may want to spend it on different aspects, and I think that's good. And it also makes it more uniform to other cities around us. So to me, that seems a lot better policy than right now, which is what Councilmember Nis just said, which is like it's a free for all. There's nothing, and it's very, very inconsistent, and it's not very even among different council members. So I think this makes it a lot more fair. I think it is, in fact, I think Councilmember Du Bois was talking about even publishing the expense reports. Probably not a bad idea, but I think that's a different topic than this. But anyways, so I think that's why I think this is a good idea.
Councilmember Philseth and then Councilmember Koo.
So I actually think it ought to go to policy and services instead of finance. The numbers are a round off error in the size of the budget. However, as Councilmember Tanaka importantly pointed out on the previous item, there's a concern about public perception that the council's blowing money right and left, and probably there's nothing bigger than the idea that, well, maybe we're spending money on junkets. And so this seems to me more like a policy issue than a finance issue, given the small scale of the numbers involved. And so I think what I'm going to do is make a substitute motion that it go to policy and services instead.
Second.
Okay, so there's a substitute motion
Already
to
spoken
send
to
this item to policy and services by Councilmember Philseth, seconded by Councilmember Cormack. I believe you've spoken to it. Councilmember Cormack.
It's a small budget item. I realize that the prior policy and services committee was not able to come to conclusion, but let's give it another shot and see if we can get there.
Fair enough. Councilmember Koo.
No comment after this substitute motion.
Okay, Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes, so a couple thoughts. I mean, I guess basically we're under first come, first served policy right now. I haven't really seen an issue, so I'm not sure what problem we're trying to solve. I don't really feel strongly either way. I do think if we allot per council member and one council member is traveling more, right now there's some flexibility that allows that. So again, I do think if this is going to go to policy and services, I would make a friendly amendment that at the same time they would just consider whether making council expense reports public is something we should do or not.
I'll accept that.
Same.
Okay, thank you. And again, the only time, and it hasn't really been our city, but other cities where I see expense reports become an issue is typically around international travel, and so again, maybe some transparency here would help that.
So just speaking to this quickly, I kind of agree with the Vice Mayor that I haven't seen an enormous problem here in Palo Alto, at least, a knock on wood, to date, that the public hasn't been enormously concerned with our travel and expenses, and neither have I heard in my years in council that a council member has been unable to attend something because another council member has used up all the budget. As far as I've understood it, you typically ask the mayor, and typically the mayor says, yes, you can do that, and you go. And if I'm correct, it's only for out-of-state expenses that the mayor has any discretion anyways. And then if we are going to look at it, I actually agree policy and services is better given the small budget amount. It's more of a policy and perception issue. Councilmember Nis.
So make another suggestion to this then. Because quite honestly, I don't care where it ends up. I just think it needs to have guidelines. because we are one of the few cities that has as vague the guidelines as we do. So right now, what it says is $25,000 is allocated. It used to be to 9, now to 7, and there was no more discussion after that other than you follow the city policies instead of following council policies. So I would suggest that after this comes from policy, where I'm going to guess that you will make some kind of monetary decision, that it then go to the finance committee after that to find out how it is going to impact the budget. So step 1, going to policy and procedures, and step 2, going to the finance committee if policy and procedures believes that there is something that they need to do to specify a policy.
So I think that's an amendment to send it to policy, then finance. Is that accepted?
Yes, that's my suggestion.
Councilmember Cormack?
No, I'm not willing to accept that. Having sat through the budget last year, this isn't a big enough number to bother finance.
Okay, don't think that's accepted then. Let's all vote on this.
Councilmember Niss can look for a second for her
If
amendment.
you want to make it unfriendly.
No, if it's not going to be accepted,
Okay.
just let it go.
Then let's all please vote on this. Are you
Send it.
all against? Wait, are you voting for it or against? Vote for it. Okay, so that passes unanimously. Thank you all. Those are all of the regularly scheduled items, but I believe Councilmember
Mayor?
Cormack indicated she had one more item she'd like
Thank
to bring
you.
up.
I'd like to make a motion that we refer to policy and services, the establishment of a protocol for the use of electronic devices during the council meetings. And I say this, I'll just take a moment while you all think about it, because this is a new topic. I mentioned it last year when I returned from the only travel I've done on behalf of the city, which was the new council member training, and observed that while it is a best practice, we do not have any protocol for that.
So Councilmember Cormack has made a motion to, I think, policy and services.
Refer to policy and services,
Yes.
establishing a protocol for the use of electronic devices during council meetings.
Okay, for the establishment of a protocol for the uses of electronic devices during council meeting. Is there a second for this? So that seems to fail for a lack of a second. Just a quick note on this. I think it is an issue we should all be aware of, and Councilmember Cormack, you've certainly brought this up at a number of meetings in public and outside of those meetings in private with me. And I guess I would just, to put a pin in it, encourage us all to be super careful and aware of our use of electronic devices at a council meeting, what perception that causes, and whether we are using them for council purposes or not. Councilmember Cormack, Koo?
So, Councilmember Cormack, I really appreciate this. I have sick family members that I'm monitoring on my cell phone. So if anything happens, which is, a reason why that I keep it with me.
So Los Altos, actually, their exception is exactly for that, for any communication with family. Like you, I have sick family members, so Los Altos actually has an exception, but only for that.
I think Councilmember Tanaka, you had a...
No, just a general comment. I like the idea of what the Vice Mayor was saying about transparency. And in terms of expense reports, I saw one city that actually has all of any expense report over $50, whether it's from city council or even city employees, is public. And it did wonders for their expenses. So I think the Vice Mayor is onto something in regards to having expense reports public. I think all expense reports should be public over a certain dollar amount.
So thank you all for this. Just a quick reminder, we can revisit these policy and procedures and protocols anytime we like. Just talk to me or the city manager and we can revisit them halfway through the year or whenever. We're on to the last item, which is wrap up and next steps, but considering the late hour, unless the city manager has any comments. All right. This meeting is adjourned at 2:45. Thank you all for spending a lovely Saturday with me, and I'll see you guys all Monday night.